good morning. Uh, the conclave on reforms in higher education in Kerala under National Education Policy 2020 will shortly begin. We're just waiting for a message from the CM's office. Thank you for patiently waiting. Good morning. We begin the conclave on reforms in higher education in Kerala under the National Education Policy 2020. Apart from this online platform, we will be also live streaming on YouTube, as well as it will be live streamed on the Facebook page of the Kerala State Higher Education Council. We expect the Honorable Chief Minister and the Education Minister to join us shortly. I now invite Professor Dr. Rajan Gurukal, Vice Chairman, Kerala State Higher Education Council, to speak.
Outset, express our regret for the delay in starting the meeting due to certain unforeseen matters. Honorable Minister and Honorable Chief Minister were not able to join us in time. We have decided to start the meeting with their kind permission. Let me formally welcome our chief guest, esteemed Dr. K.T. Jalil, Honorable Minister for Higher Education, who chairs the meeting, Honorable Sri Pinarayi Vijayan, Chief Minister of Kerala, respected Professor Prabhat Patnaik, respected Dr. Shakila E. Shamsu, Secretary, Committee for NEP 2020. It's immensely gratifying to extend our hearty welcome to Dr. K.T. Jalil, Honorable Minister for Higher Education, also chairperson of this meeting, as well as chairperson of the State Higher Education Council. Very respected Sri Pinarayi Vijayan, Honorable Chief Minister of Kerala. On behalf of the State Higher Education Council, we express our hearty welcome to both of them. Also, we extend our hearty welcome to Professor Prabhat Patnaik and Dr. Shakila E. Shamsu. We have been constrained to start the meeting now with the keynote address by Professor Patnaik. We hope that once his keynote address is over, we would be able to start the formal inaugural session. Professor Patnaik, are you on the line?
Yes. Yes, I am.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
As the CM is delayed in a meeting, we will begin with the keynote address by Sri Prabhat Patnaik. I don't think he needs any introduction. Famous Indian economist. He has taught at the Center for Economic Studies and Planning in the School of Social Sciences at Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Professor Rajan Gurukul, other dignitaries who are attending this, Professor Varghese, ladies and gentlemen. First, of course, it is my pleasure and privilege to be a part of this conclave. Whenever one sees a report like the NEP, one generally obviously comes across in such a report a large number of things which are very good to hear, like, for instance, extension of education, quality of research, excellence of education, and so on. But on the other hand, behind all these details, which one would obviously approve of, there is a certain totality of vision. That totality of vision is something that we have to get at in this report before we take a position on it. Now, it seems to me that the totality of the vision in this report is one which is extremely retrograde. By totality of vision, what I mean is the education paradigm this report. And in paradigm, I would include three things. Firstly, the content of education. Secondly, the architecture of education. And thirdly, the various educational institutions that would constitute the building blocks of this architecture. If you take that totality of the education paradigm, then I believe this report represents a retrograde step. You see, Gandhiji, when he gave the call for the civil disobedience movement, to boycott classes, give up their education in colleges and universities. That was the case. Rabindranath Tagore wrote a letter to Gandhiji saying, how can you say this? Because after all, in this country, there are so few people who are educated, and consequently, if you have some people at least who are getting an education, then asking them to leave their colleges and universities is something which is going to be harmful for the country. To that, Gandhiji had replied that no, the kind of education that they are getting is something which is really not required as far as the people of India are concerned. He was, in other words, drawing a distinction between education paradigm and education paradigm. That not all education is a homogeneous entity, so that, if you don't have it, then you must have the same kind of education which prevails elsewhere. But his idea was that the education paradigm that we are in need of is something which that education paradigm is something which is specific to the requirements of the country, to the context, and therefore the goals of the education system. Am I audible? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Okay, all right. Uh, Therefore, you see, but that idea that education is not a homogeneous entity, but education is something which is specifically required depending upon the goals of the system and goals of the country and the context, is something which is not often understood. For instance, when we use the term world class, when we use the term, for instance, when many people express a that Indian institution figures in the top 200 that is prepared by the Times Higher Educational Supplement, then we are effective visualizing education as a homogeneous entity, visualizing one yardstick on the basis of which we can judge educational institutions. Now, that is fundamentally homogenization of education as an entity that actually detaches the education system from the context and the country that we are really talking about. Such a homogenization of education is something which actually happens, however, under capitalism, because capitalism requires a labor market, and to have a labor market which is in which it is spread over miles and miles and miles, there is labor mobility at all levels of skills. It would be the case that what is required is that some people must have the same kind of education so that they can move across hundreds of miles. So the formation of the labor market under capitalism requires a homogenization of education, which, however, the formation of a nation building exercise that if the nation is to be built, then the nation can be built only on the assumption that education is not homogeneous. So the requirements of education for the goal of nation building and the requirements of education for developing or promoting capitalism are altogether different. What this document does is to detach the education system in India from its goal of nation building and to put upon it the goal of promoting capitalism on the one hand, together, of course, with a kind of, a sort of Hindutva nationalist face, a kind of chauvinist face, to which I shall come in a moment. I believe that the abandonment of the goal of nation building, which underlies this document, is something which is extremely harmful to the nation, even though it is true that for a very long time we have been moving away from that goal de facto. But nonetheless, the de jure abandonment of that goal is really quite dangerous. Now, why do I say that there's an abandonment of the goal? Firstly, one of the ideas underlying that goal was that education had to be inclusive. It had to really draw in people from socially and economically deprived backgrounds. Now, in this education policy, there is a specific window that is available for exclusion, that basically large numbers of students are going to be excluded for one reason or another. Let me give an illustration. Throughout this document, I did not find a single mention of the need for affirmative action, including reservation of university and college seats for scheduled castes, scheduled tribes, other backward classes, or minorities. In fact, there is no mention that I could find of reservations. Now, effectively, therefore, if reservations have been going on, in that case, its non mention becomes a significant fact, particularly since in universities like my own, JNU, you have had the flouting of reservations in the recent period. The fact that this document doesn't mention reservations is something which is a significant pointer. The second reason why I believe that there is going to be substantial exclusion is the fact that everything said and done, this is a document that is going to generally promote the privatization of education. It is covered, the privatization idea is covered by talking about philanthropic entities and so on. I shall come to that in a moment. But fundamentally, even though it talks about 6% of GDP going to education, it talks about doubling the share of government expenditure on education from 10 to 20%. The point is, it makes no specific suggestions about how all these are to be achieved, no specific suggestions about resource mobilization. And therefore, that is just something which I would call a platitude. Fundamentally, it promotes the privatization of education. Now, if you have privatization of education, then of course, the private institutions, including the philanthropic institutions, would be charging substantial amount of fees. And of course, these fees would not be affordable by the socially and economically deprived segments of the population. To the extent that the government provides scholarships for which there is mention in this document, the fees would have to be even higher to accommodate the students who do make it to the private institutions. And of such a case, collegiality between students is something that would be lost, because the well off students who would be paying higher fees would be looking at the poorer students and saying that you are studying here because of the money that my father is paying. And therefore, this is destructive of collegiality. If the government provided enough scholarships to cover everybody, well and good. If the government institutions, well and good. But since there is no mention of education being fundamentally in the public domain and no mention of resource mobilization by the state for even the provision of scholarships, you'd find that basically there would be an exclusion of people from socially and economically deprived backgrounds. The third reason, which why I believe that there is going to be exclusion, is this entire talk about flexibility, multiple entry and exit points. In schools, for instance, now you're going to have board exams after class 3, class 5, class 8, and so on. Now, what are these board exams for? Basically, in these exams, if somebody does not perform well enough, then you would have exactly what you're having in schools in Delhi. In schools in Delhi, in order for the school to have a good result at the secondary level, they actually weed out students who they believe are relatively poorer, are not likely to get high grades, and put them on open learning, open distance learning, and so on, and so that the school then can proudly claim, oh, we had 95%, 98% success in the board exams. Now, consequently, this similar thing is going to be repeated at various levels. The whole idea, as many experts have pointed out, of having multiple board exams at the school level is really something that goes against the Right to Education Act that had been passed by the Parliament. And therefore, that's a means of exclusion. Exactly the same is happening at the college level. At the college level, you find that after the first year, you can discontinue and you can get a certificate. After the second year, you can discontinue and you can get a diploma. Now, these certificates and diplomas are basically just pieces of paper. It is not as if there is going to be a specific 1 year program or a specific 2 year program. It is actually a general program of which after 1 year you can discontinue. When that is the case, when the certificate is given not for a specific program, or the diploma is not given for a specific program, but for dropouts from the general program, that's basically a way of providing a window for dropouts. Now, likewise, this emphasis on vocational education and the emphasis on open distance learning. Now, the document keeps saying, of course, that look, vocational education is something that we don't look down upon, but the document itself is drawing a distinction between academic education and vocational education. True, in most countries, you do have vocational stream, but the point is that vocational stream arises only after a certain minimum number of years of academic education. After all, education is not only to provide jobs, it's also to produce citizens for a democracy, who are well-informed citizens. And consequently, the academic education for large numbers of people is going to be devalued or discontinued in order to encourage the vocational stream. That's another way of providing for people to be excluded. The other way of that people would be excluded is, of course, this emphasis on open distance learning. Open distance learning is completely different from, because in an academic institution there is a socialization taking place. There are people from different backgrounds who congregate in an institution, and that itself has a salutary effect on both of them because the barriers between them get broken. Now, that is not what would happen under open distance learning. That would continue to maintain barriers. In fact, my student Abhijit Banerjee, the economist who got a Nobel Prize recently, he actually says that the first time he met a Dalit boy to talk to was when he came to JNU. In his entire Calcutta years, he never met a Dalit student. And consequently, this open distance learning, as opposed to learning in an institution where people from different backgrounds come, is itself a way of perpetuating divisions, perpetuating lack of familiarity. The other way, and I feel very strongly about this, in which the document provides for, I mean, the document represents a withdrawal from the objectives, from the goals of education as a means of nation building. is that it is going to be extremely promotive of conformism. It is going to entail a kind of authoritarian ethos which would ensure that there is going to be conformism. Let me just give you why I believe this. Firstly, you have the entire, okay, that there is this entire idea of a tenure track. Now, a tenure track basically means that for a number of years, you are employed in a university, but you are not, actually. You haven't got tenure. So tenure track is a way of keeping teachers on tenterhooks so that they behave properly, so that they conform before they can be confirmed into tenured positions. The second is that this document, one of the real reasons for democracy in universities is the fact that you had a rotation of chairpersonships and deanships and so on. This document does not talk about rotation, but on the other hand, talks about leadership qualities. That basically leadership qualities have got to be encouraged. There are some people who are actually have leadership potential and so on. Now, that basically implies that the same person can continue to be the head of the department, can continue to be the dean for a large number of years, and that is something that we have moved away from. The moment you have that, in the name supposedly of excellence, what you are promoting is a kind of feudal oppression of younger faculty by deans and heads of departments who go on and on and on for years. As a matter of fact, the apocryphal story is that in a large number of universities in North India, in the old days, what you had was younger faculty buying vegetables for the head of the department or for the deans and so on in order to actually get some promotion or to get confirmation and so on. We'll be back to those days. We'll be, in the name of excellence, we're actually promoting these feudal traits that we had actually abandoned earlier. Thirdly, you have, for instance, the governing body of the private institutions, the board of governors, that is given a role in management, and consequently, it will also have a role in saying whether somebody should be confirmed or not, a tenure track professor should be confirmed or not. At least it will have a role in selecting the selection committee that is going to take a decision, and consequently, that will be another means of making people conform. In large numbers of private universities around Delhi, I have come across instances where teachers who have joined demonstrations against some government promoted bill are teachers who have been actually asked to withdraw or actually have been victimized against. Therefore, the whole idea is conformism. And what is more, this idea is given a big boost by all this talk about pride in Indian civilization, that the purpose of education should make us feel proud of being Indians. Now, the point is, if there's a test match between India and Australia, I obviously prefer India. I cheer for India. But on the other hand, to have an education system that encourages this pride in being Indian is something which is actually chauvinist and encourages conformism. Because what does it mean? Indian civilization has had large numbers of dark chapters in it, caste system, untouchability, and so on. Now, these are things that we cannot be proud of. In fact, if the purpose of education is to improve society, in that case, we must be dissatisfied with the society in which we live before we can actually change it. And to be dissatisfied, we therefore also have to look at the failures of the society, the weaknesses of the society. So all this talk about being proud of India, of being Indian, implies a prettification of the Indian culture and civilization historically, which basically would mean that the students would not get the exposure to the injustices historically that have been inflicted on the poor, on the Dalits, on the OBCs, and so on. And that is something which actually would encourage conformism. And exactly the same would, I mean, for instance, all this thing about Nishkama Karma. Now, Nishkama Karma is fine as an individual philosophy, but if Nishkama Karma is going to be encouraged as far as the students are concerned, then that Nishkama Karma in a capitalist society implies the justification of exploitation. Because after all, when a worker is going on a strike, when a trade union is going on a strike, then that trade union is not believing in Nishkama Karma, is believing in the fact that exploitation must be reduced, we must get higher wages. Therefore, all these are ideological weapons by which people would be driven to a kind of conformism. Now, of course, all this is suggested in the name of excellence, in the name of improving the quality as far as universities are concerned. But on the other hand, one of the most important reasons why universities continue to suffer from poor quality, which is the absence of teachers. Large numbers of universities in India do not have full complement of teachers. As a matter of fact, I was sitting once in a UGC committee to decide on research fellowships which the UGC was giving, and the faculty in the Department of Economics, of the faculty of a well-known university came to us with an application, and we asked, how many faculty members do you have in economics? And we were told that there were only 3 faculty members who are teaching MA, MPhil, and PhD. Now, the point is that if you have only 3 faculty members, that's just not good enough. So we asked, how do you teach? They said, we actually ask the students to read on their own. Now, that is the problem, but there's no mention anywhere in the document about staff shortage, about faculty shortage, and consequently, to talk of excellence in the absence of this is something which seems to me, for a report of this kind that is articulating a new education policy, is something which is really uh, completely misplaced. Excellence is something that would arise, in fact, excellence requires a degree of equality, a degree of security, and a degree of democracy in the university structure. That degree of democracy and so on, I believe, in India had rested on 3 basic pillars, which were a reform that had been introduced. One was the merit promotion scheme, so that nobody depended upon anyone's mercy or charity in order to actually get to a higher kind of, uh, position, and nobody had to wait until a new post had been created. So merit promotion scheme democratized universities. The second democratization process, as I mentioned, was the fact that deanship and chairpersonships used to rotate among the various faculty members. Now, that basically again meant that nobody had a jagir whereby the person would be waiting, would be going on and on for 15, 20 years. The third was the fact that universities did not have to submit themselves to this entire academic evaluation, NAC, this business about grading. Now, this grading in India may not have been as serious a handicap, but this grading is something which I know lots of universities all over the world has been a way of cutting out diversity of opinions. For instance, the left everywhere has been seriously cut to size because of the fact that the grading requires that you have to publish in a refereed journal. Now, most refereed journals are actually dominated by a certain ideology. Therefore, if you have an ideology that is different, then of course, somebody who has a left position is one who is thereby cut out. Therefore, this entire idea of NAC, this entire idea of academic, credits being given, is something which was which has now been introduced, but its absence was one of the democratizing elements as far as the universities were concerned. Now, I believe that period in which these three things operated was a period that actually produced large numbers of fairly excellent universities. JNU was one, Jadavpur University, MS University, Baroda, at least the Fine Arts Department, Tata Institute of Science for a certain period, large numbers of wonderful institutions devoted to excellence and research were actually produced in this period in which all these things came up, and therefore there was a democratization of the university structure. But with the suppression of those democratic elements, to talk about excellence is something which really makes very little sense. As a matter of fact, what this document provides, on the one hand, there's going to be extreme centralization in the administration of education. On the other, of institutions that would be a combination of centralization with proliferation, where the center tells these proliferating institutes what is to be taught and so on, is something which cuts out the state governments, the state institutions from the middle. So this is a document that actually reduces the role of the states. Now, education is on the concurrent list, and consequently, the states have as important a role in deciding on education policy as a center. But on the other hand, what you find is that the states have not been consulted in the formulation of this education policy, and as a result, and not only have they not been consulted, but as a matter of fact, their role itself is minimal. We are going to have a syllabus in which will be centrally prescribed, but it will have some local color. So the states can only make modifications, also minor modifications. We are going to have a situation where the state boards' importance would go down because universities would be admitting people not on the basis of results in the state boards, but on the basis of an all India entrance test. Therefore, and finally, as I mentioned, you'd also have a situation where the states in the question of what is going to be taught and so on. As I mentioned, there is going to be a center, there's going to be proliferating private institutions, but in between, the state government, the role of state institutions gets squeezed out. Now, all this is something which I believe is extremely because it compromises with the nation building role of education, which has the following minimum components. Firstly, it means that the government must play the major role in setting up and running these institutions, that education must be essentially a publicly funded activity. The second thing is that education must be inclusive. It must include people from scheduled caste, Dalits, OBCs, minorities, and so on. Thirdly, it must mean an appropriate division of responsibilities between the center and the states. Now, in all these ways, and fourthly, as I said, education cannot be homogenized. The education that India gives cannot just be the same as Harvard gives. I'll give you an example. A student of economics in India must know that the Indian economy is where it is today because of the legacy of colonialism and imperialism. That is our history. Now, therefore, a student of development economics must know about colonialism, must know about Dadabhai Nauroji, who talked about the drain theory. But you tell me, in Harvard or Oxford or Cambridge, they don't teach colonialism when they teach development economics. They haven't heard of Dadabhai Nauroji. And as a result, if you have those syllabi imported here, and the idea is to invite foreign universities to set up their teaching shops here, then you are basically pushing the Indian student away from the Indian reality. And that is dangerous as far as nation building is concerned. Therefore, these are the kind of characteristics which an education that is geared towards nation building, that has this goal of, 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 of promoting the people's aspirations of being part of a comprehensive nation, uh, that goal being abandoned is something which, at the same time, implies or is accompanied by centralization, proliferation of private institutions, homogenization with foreign universities, and so on. And this is something which and lack of democracy in the sphere of education as far as teachers are concerned. Uh, this is something which is, to my mind, a very dangerous exercise. It may, of course, be asked, and there's the last point I want to make. It may, of course, be asked that, look, all right, but we live in a capitalist society, so what's wrong with capitalism? I mean, with students being integrated into the kind of world capitalist market, producing students for the world capitalist labor market. That's basically what we would be doing. I suppose my answer to that would be twofold. Firstly, it is something which is going to encourage the domination of the education syllabus, domination of our education paradigm by the metropolitan universities, and that, as I said, is dangerous. And secondly, is going to produce a dualism in our economy, in our education system. There'd be a large number of people who would be barely educated, who would be dropping out after 1 year in a college, or who would be removed after, let's say, class 5 in school, class 8 in school, who would therefore be people who are not fully educated, who are given some vocational trainings, who would actually be crowding the labor market as a part of the reserve army of labor, in which they would be basically getting some income, but that's because in that labor market, in that segment of the labor market, same number of jobs can be divided among many, many people. On the other hand, there would be a few people, and those few people would be the ones who would be required by capitalism for mobile, who would constitute the executives of various capitalist firms and so on. So we are actually planning for, or the document does plan for, a kind of dualism as far as the education system is concerned, and such a dualism would perpetuate the inequities of our society. Therefore, as I mentioned, I believe that this document is one which actually pushes our education paradigm in a retrograde direction. I think I stop there. Thank you very much.
Hearty welcome to Dr. K.T. Jalil, Honorable Minister for Higher Education. He was in a meeting and got little delayed. As the Chief Minister is not able to attend the meeting, I would humbly request Dr. K.T. Jalil, Honorable Minister for Higher Education, to formally inaugurate and then deliver his lecture. Dr. Jalil.
Good afternoon. The National Education Policy 2019 is a very ambitious policy that calls for large changes in the higher education sector. Hence, at the outset, it must be mentioned that this must be done in consultation with those who are at the center of this process of knowledge production and reproduction, namely state governments, universities, teachers and students. Other suggestions of the government of Kerala are as follows. Number one, there is need to enhance devolution of funds from the center to state to achieve the targeted GER. To achieve the target of 50% of GER in higher education as envisaged in the NEP 2019, larger devolution of funds from the center is necessary for the state of Kerala in the higher education sector. The present fund distribution formula of 60-40 in the case of RUSA between the center and the states may be suitably modified to meet the growing demand for higher education in a state like Kerala. Number two, establishment of more higher education institutions of multidisciplinary nature. To ensure quality and access and to quench the growing demand for higher education, more higher education institutions of national importance in teaching and research of multidisciplinary in nature have to be established in states like Kerala by the central government, where there is comparatively less central investment in terms of the national average. Number three, strengthen state-level public agencies of assessment and accreditation, KSHEC model of Kerala. Ranking of universities at the global level has gained prominence in the last decade, partly due to the emergence of the knowledge economy, massification of the higher education system, and growing importance of universities in the field of research. Based on UGC regulations 2012 and 2018, calling for mandatory assessment of higher education institutions and recognizing of state-level public agencies for assessment and accreditation, Kerala State Higher Education Council established the State-Level Assessment and Accreditation Center, SAC. State-level public agencies of assessment and accreditation, rooted on qualitative state-specific criteria of assessment, should be recognized as alternative to NAC assessment in the state. Number four, National Research Foundation, Fund Social Productive Research. The suggestion to establish NRF with an annual grant of Rs 20,000 crore for promotion of research, which in current prices is 0.01% of GDP of the country, offers wider avenue of research for students and institutions of higher learning in the country. This is a departure from the earlier policy of delinking research institutions and universities, which adversely affect research in universities, especially in state universities in the country. Number five, the scheme of cluster of colleges, central assistance inevitable. Kerala also followed the UGC directive to establish the scheme of cluster of colleges way back in 2010 under the leadership of the Kerala State Higher Education Council and financed by the government of Kerala. The concept of cluster of colleges needs to be examined seriously in the context of the opportunities the system provides for collaborative learning. Different models of clusters have emerged across the world. Clusters have been set up around administrative structures which would coordinate the functioning of the units. Apart from sharing resources, the clusters have provided opportunities for teachers to develop and offer new courses. Students have gained experience by exposure to experts in different institutions. The possibilities of opening up new areas of knowledge have emerged in the process. Special central assistance is required to strengthen this pioneering initiative of Kerala, which can remedy several problems associated with the affiliating system. Number 6, ensure great access in higher education to the marginalized sections. Dismantling of the affiliating system cannot be justified simply on the ground that it exists only in India. The change envisaged in this regard should put in place effective mechanism to ensure greater access to all marginalized sections in society, especially the rural poor and the SC/ST sections in the states, as the affiliating system, in spite of its systematic weakness, had increased the GER in the country. The proposal to give degree granting powers to colleges definitely calls for further deliberations with state governments, as most of the colleges are in the state universities, and if taken casually, it can create academic chaos in the country. Number 7, challenge of language. Establish centers for translation or studies in languages in universities in the states. All Indian universities and particularly central universities draw students and teachers from diverse, multilingual, and ethnic regional backgrounds with differing levels of access to English, which usually is the medium of instruction adopted in institutions of higher learning. Further, primary research, especially in social sciences and humanities, involves interaction with people and text written in different languages. Translations must be conducted by universities from regional languages to English, between regional languages, and from regional languages to English. Policies may be framed at a central UGC level to establish centers for translation or studies in languages in universities in the state. Number 8, reaffirm the commitment to policies of reservation. The national education policy needs to categorically reaffirm a commitment to policies of reservation for students, teachers, and other employees of educational institutions, as this is the bare minimum that is required in terms of affirmative action. Kerala stands for merit and reservation based admission and appointments in higher educational institutions, and this policy should be clearly stated in the NEP. Number 9, incentivize states that successful implemented UGC POA. As per the UGC plan of action, universities in Kerala introduced several reforms, including examination reforms, democratization of the student admission and curriculum reforms, the choice-based credit system, semester system, and grading, by providing for maximum diversity in course content, learning strategies, and testing methods, with the active participation of students and teachers is the best examples in this regard. There is need for developing a system at the central level for incentivizing universities and states which have successfully implemented UGC directives in the realm of academic, administrative, and examination reforms. Number 10, new fields of studies should be encouraged. Space needs to be created for sustained research and teaching in all existing disciplines and fields as well as those that emerge in future, irrespective of whether they seem to be immediately relevant or not. Fields of study such as women's studies or gender studies, cultural studies, media studies, Dalit studies, studies of discrimination and exclusion, environmental studies, and development studies, all of which have developed in challenging ways over the last 3 or 4 decades, need to find a space and active encouragement in the educational policy. Number 11, reduce faculty shortages and formulate faculty development plan. Liberal arts education with multidisciplinary focus and with imaginative curriculum and pedagogy to be delivered by competent faculty is seen a way to improve the quality of teaching and research. The central government should adequately fund higher education institutions in the state to meet the faculty shortages, provide scholarships to students, and act as a major source of funding instead of leaving things to philanthropic and private investments. Number 12, proliferation of self-financing colleges, need for regulatory mechanism. The unwieldy growth of self-financing colleges at all levels, professional, arts and science, managements, is posing severe threat to the quality and equity in higher education. Regulatory mechanism, both by the state government and the universities, is non-existent. Proper legislation to ensure quality and equity based on proper consultation with the state governments should be brought forward to regulate new age educational entrepreneurs in this sector. Number 13, emergence of private universities, prevent cross-commercialization of higher education. The mushrooming of private universities in the country will pave the way for complete commercialization of higher education in Kerala. The performance of private universities in the country is dismal, except handful of them. In several cases, self-financing institutions are elevated to the level of universities. This complete autonomy to private self-financing institutions to separate as university level institution may pose the biggest threat to quality education in the country. State governments should be given adequate supervisory powers to regulate the operation of private universities operating through their off-campus in the state. Number 14, problems of PhD researchers in the state universities. The decisions to disallow retired faculty to act as research supervisor taken at the national level by the UGC has adversely affected research in the state universities in Kerala. In Kerala, the teachers superannuate at the age of 60 in universities and at 56 in affiliated colleges. This has compounded the problem compared to the national situation where teachers retire at the age of 65 and above. The modification issued by UGC in PhD regulation should be withdrawn or amended in the larger interest of research in the country. These are the major suggestions from the side of Kerala. National level agency should consider Kerala's suggestions, which we prepared considering the background or the situations which prevails in the state of Kerala. I congratulate Higher Education Council to convene a webinar to discuss the merit and demerits of national education policy. I congratulate all the participants, those who are attending in this webinar. Thank you all.
Sir, for explaining in detail Kerala's perspective on the national education policy. Thank you very much. We now have our next speaker, Dr. Shakila Shamsu, Secretary of the Drafting Committee for National Education Policy 2020. She was officer on special duty in the Department of Higher Education in the MHRD. Good afternoon, ma'am, and over to you.
Honorable Minister for Higher Education, Dr. Jalil Sir, Professor Rajan Gurukal, Vice Chairman, Kerala State Higher Education Council, Professor Prabha, other panelists and participants at this national conclave on the NEP 2020 and its implications on higher education as far as the state of Kerala is concerned. I am actually trying to just put for the context the salient of the NEP 2020 in trying to also at the same time address some of the misgivings that may be there in the minds of people on some of the recommendations. And I do that in all humility as being part of that particular exercise. The NEP 2020, which is really the outcome of not just the Kasturirangan Committee report, but almost 5.5 years of grassroots level participatory consultations with state governments, with honorable members of the parliament, with Government of India ministries, with all stakeholders coming from the university system and the school and the autonomous bodies, which was done both through online and offline consultations and had resulted in the exercise prolonging itself from January 2015 to July 29, 2020, has seen 3 ministers of education, since Madam Smriti Irani to Prakash Javadekar and Nishank Pokhriyal ji, the incumbent minister, and has seen earlier committee reports of the Committee for Evolution of New Education Policy under the late Shri T.S.R. Subramaniam. Thereafter, the ministry's documents, some inputs for the draft National Education Policy, both which were tabled on the floor of Parliament on 4th and 8th of August respectively. And all the suggestions that came in from all these important stakeholders fed into the Committee to Draft National Education Policy headed by Dr. K. Kasturirangan. And that report having been submitted in May 2019, which was again put for consultations and which was again put for receiving stakeholder views, which had received as many as 2 lakh suggestions or so. We see about 80% of those recommendations in the NEP 2020, with about 20% coming in for suggestions and changes that people wanted, which all stakeholders felt was essential to bring out this document. The document itself acknowledges the role of previous education policies, of which most of us are beneficiaries of that system, of those policies. The document, which was 484 pages in the report, is now just about 66 pages. And this document will not have the space to review earlier policies, and that is not the purpose. Having 3 decades of that policy being there of 1986 modified in 1992, the document has taken into account the ground challenges that are existing and therefore talking about or reflecting the aspiration which might appear to be extremely lofty. But whenever a vision document is prepared, document, it has to be aspirational, forward-looking, and progressive in nature. And that is exactly what this policy, the NEP 2020, seeks to do. I don't think I have the time. I am not aware of whether I can exceed 15 minutes or so. But in that time, I might not be able to touch upon the reforms that were done in the school education. Nevertheless, I would like to mention that the policy has looked at education as an interconnected path or an interconnected journey and a single continuum that exists as far as the main stakeholder, that is the student, is concerned. The subsectoral recommendations or the subsectoral divisions that we do are merely for the purposes of administrative governance of those sectors. But as far as the child's journey is concerned, where the NEP 2020 talks about from the age 3 through the playway method, going on into the school sector up to the age of 18, and thereafter the higher education, and whether it is technical education or professional education, these all become a part of the journey of the student. And therefore, the recommendations of NEP 2020 are accepting the synergy and the interconnectedness between each of these sectors. And that is why when we talked about the quantitative targets, we have said that we would like to achieve foundational literacy and numeracy in the primary level by 2025 through the National Mission on Foundational Literacy and Numeracy. We have said that by 2030, we would like to see universalization from primary to secondary education with 100% gross enrollment ratio. We have tried to say that GER of 50% would be achieved by 2035 because the feeder route to higher education comes from the secondary education. Therefore, the interconnectedness between all these levels have been well recognized in the NEP 2020. And while many would feel that this is a rhetoric, the introduction chapter would always read with aspirations, with goals, with terminologies of access, equity, quality, affordability, accountability. If this was not followed by clear-cut recommendations, I would accept that it is confined to being a rhetoric. It is not merely a rhetoric, what has been said in the chapter 1 for introduction, or rather the introduction. We start with chapter 1 with ECCE. The subsequent chapters, which have been out, school education, higher education, and technology in education, and languages, and also how to make it happen, are clear-cut recommendations on what needs to be done to achieve what we have stated in the introduction chapter. The basis of change that we are talking about is to talk about curricular and pedagogical restructuring in school education, where we sort of implicitly try to say that we will bring about flexibility by giving students choice of courses. And flexibility is not being seen in the sense of trying to allow students to just leave the system and go. Flexibility is being seen as what is today in the 21st century necessary to provide a very individualized and customized learning experience with very great learner engagement, by accepting that the dispositions and capacities of students vary, and it is not merely the performance in an academic subject that will determine whether that person becomes a holistic individual. It recognizes the variety of dispositions. It may be academic, it may be in performing arts, within academic, it can be sciences or it can be social sciences. In all these areas, including the idea of vocational and academic, taking away the disciplinary boundaries and doing away with the silo-based education, which did serve a purpose. But in today's context, when we talk of a situation where we are saying artificial intelligence and so on, we cannot even predict the jobs that may become, then we cannot leave our students with just a specialization in a given subject and ask them to fend for themselves. So coming to higher education specifically, we have talked and we are aware that India has a very large higher education system. And the only rationalization that the policy is trying to say is that, can we ask higher education institutions to really identify whether they would like to, from the idea of a university, which is teaching and research together, whether they would like to focus largely on research, whether they would like to remain confined to being a teaching university. And because we have about 40,000 colleges that are there within the country and not something that we are talking, which is not connected to the reality, these colleges, which have played its role, can we empower them to become autonomous degree granting colleges? So the idea is to have a learner-centered approach where the teacher is the driver of excellence, and we have empowered institutions, higher education institutions, which will become autonomous. And the whole idea, therefore, of having a flexible curricular structure with flexibility in the format of the program itself, with multiple exit and entry, is based on the idea of lifelong learning and doing away with the disconnect between the world of education and the world of work. The idea is therefore to allow a student the choice to decide whether the person can take variety of combination of courses because of the various capacities. It can be social sciences with performing arts, or it could be a sports related subject with vocational education, and that to see as allowing a certain strata of society to only decide on engineering or medicine and so on, and the rest not being allowed that facility. It is being to create an ecosystem which allows all students the freedom to make their choices in the terms of the subjects that they choose. The flexibility also comes from the fact that it could be either a 3-year program or a 4-year program, and the flexibility to leave and rejoin, and therefore the master's program again being of 1st year or 1 year or 2 years. The flexibility is also seen that since we do not have multidisciplinary universities as they exist, that we will have HEI clusters where students can accumulate the credits through a system where we would like to bring about an academic bank of credit and allow for students to not necessarily do that only through the formal education system in which there is classroom transaction, and that could be the most enriching one. I fully accept that. But we must accept that ODL systems and online education and massive open online courses are a reality. They cannot be wished away, whether we like it or not. It is very difficult for a developing economy to talk of students investing about 28 to 30 years of their lifetime in pure face-to-face education, where there will be compulsions for them to also keep upgrading their knowledge in a lifelong learning exercise. Therefore, the flexibility is in the curricular choices, in the duration, in the format of teaching and learning that is happening. And obviously, for all this to happen, you must be able to invest in the teacher. The fact that the teacher has been brought center stage in the policy by recognizing that they need to be energized, they need to be motivated, and accepting at the same time the ground reality that yes, there are faculty shortages, but can we invest in them by trying to create that kind of service conditions, at the same time the accountability being there, and therefore the idea of a tenure track. The idea is not therefore to exclude merit altogether. The idea is to actually say that there is merit, but at the same time provide a conducive environment where growth for them through continuous professional development, and even create a progression track where someone who is joining as an assistant professor can aspire to think that I would, over a period of time, be able to head a university. So the academic leadership track that we have provided for the faculty, combined with recognition of the fact that their service conditions need to be emphasized, that they need to be incentivized, that they need to be actually given that space, not only just the academic freedom, but also with the fact that they have a choice in deciding the kind of pedagogy that they would like to use to ensure that the students of today have the 21st century skills of critical thinking and cognitive learning, and that they accept that every student is unique with his or her own talents and strength and potentials, and that these capacities need to be nurtured. The teacher is seen, the profession of teaching itself needs to be restored in its dignity. And the faculty in the higher education, as much as the teachers in the school education, need to be actually encouraged to actually prove their best, but at the same time, keep the learning outcomes and keep the larger interest of the student in mind. The fact that teacher education as a discipline, which has been long recognized, which has been long back recommended, should be within the ambit of higher education, because it is the higher education institutions that prepare teachers, irrespective of the level at which teachers are teaching. The teacher education itself is being taught, visualized as having a whole lot of reforms of a 4-year integrated program, so that there are the linkages between subjects and teacher educate, and the methodology of teaching are brought together, and the synergy between sociology as a subject and teaching of sociology as a subject and the methodology that is needed, or if it is chemistry, or if it is life sciences, or if it is engineering or pharmacy, the manner in which that needs to be taught is what is significant in teacher education. And therefore, we have said that we need to create professional standards for teachers, and this is all to be done in multidisciplinary higher education institutions. We have said that we will do away with the idea of different nomenclatures of universities and have one single idea of what we all as academics identify as the idea of a university as institutions of higher learning, which opens up the minds to actually provide their potential growth and allow them to nurture their own thoughts, decide their own trajectories and pathways, and also, if they wish, to pursue a career in research. Now, in the undergraduate level, we have said about internships. That is basically because we are talking about doing away with the disconnect between the world of education and the world of work. And it is not to say that vocational education, by embedding it within the higher education system, is not to say that vocational education is something that we should not encourage. It is rather trying to mainstream it. It is only looking at the current scenario where in 2006, in the Planning Commission, when there was this particular committee to talk about mainstreaming vocational education, 14 years down the line, with all efforts being done, we still find that it remains as if it is outside the ambit of education, and treat that entire stream as being something that is secondary and not even being treated as something that is parallel. And the idea is therefore to embed it within education at all levels, and particularly so in higher education. Now, in this whole idea, we have said that equity and inclusion, which many are having a lot of concern, that we have not touched upon specifically reservation. We have only as a committee, and I'm actually sharing this, saying that reservation is a constitutional mandate. No committee in this country can defy that. It is something that is mandated by the constitution of this country. The OBC reservation in 2006, again, where I was a nodal officer in the Planning Commission then, gave it to centrally funded institutions, had studied the reservation policy for OBCs in 4 southern states of Kerala, Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, and Andhra Pradesh, the undivided Andhra Pradesh as it was then. And therefore said that the reservation for the OBCs has been a success story and therefore needs to be allocated at national level to the centrally funded institutions. So it is there to say, to stay. We have only said that in addition to what is there, constitutionally mandated, knowing that the participation of the socially and economically disadvantaged groups, which covers the SC, STs, OBCs, minorities, gender, the transgenders, differently abled, the physically disabled, the urban poor, children in vulnerable situations, we have only said that we will have a number of specific measures, such as the creation of special education zones, gender inclusion funds, the kind of extension that we need to provide by providing hostels and study room facilities, and of course, enhanced scholarships. And when I mention about scholarships, I must say that the policy recognizes that the private enterprise or the private sector is here in education. We cannot shy away from that reality. It is there in the schooling sector, it is there in the early schooling sector, in the preschool sector, and it is very much there in the higher education, in technical education and professional education. It's there across the sector, and it is there in a certain manner. What we have said in the policy is that the public and the private institutions will be governed by the same lens, by the same norms. And therefore, if we want to control the private sector, we would ensure that we will curb the commercialization of education. And we have reaffirmed the fact that education is a public good and it will not be for profit. We have included specifically a line where we said that the regulatory system will be able to penalize and even shut down institutions if they do not conform to the norms that have been laid down. And we have said that the private sector will also provide scholarships. Yes, the fact that we need to address how these scholarships might be able to create situations of social exclusion, like the 25% that we gave under the RT Act, are things that we need to work upon. But we have said that the private sector will have to provide scholarships and free ships of the students, by recognizing that these private institutions cannot afford to leave out meritorious students who would like to take admission to the private institutions, thereby creating a level playing field. The NRF, the National Research Foundation, is basically aiming to seed and nurture research at the university level. You see, research culture cannot come about suddenly after you complete your post-graduation. And the state universities, which constitute for the 94% of enrollment in this country, have not had an opportunity to encourage their students to be able to develop their research capabilities. And therefore, the idea of NRF, while allowing for all sorts of ministerial that takes place from DST, DBT, ICSSR, and so on, while allowing that, will coordinate between these efforts that are there for funding, but will most importantly try to strengthen state universities for seeding and nurturing research and bringing them to a competitive edge so that research and innovation will take place. And this idea of research and innovation is also for the idea that not only we will develop a cutting edge ability, bring about maybe job creators rather than job seekers, and develop patents and also propel our research abilities to reach certain global standards. Now, we cannot shy away from the fact that there is ranking, that there is global competitiveness, that there is therefore a need to look at this reality at the face and say, how do we empower our students and our educational institutions to deal with this kind of competition? We must be able to make our students handle that competition. And it is in that spirit that we have talked about having internationalization, and many of the faculty today who have much wider perspective are those who have taken on secondment and other assignments in other universities. And I don't think that is wrong at all. Institutional mobility, faculty mobility, and student mobility is a reality of a globalized society. All that we need to see is when we do these kind of efforts, we must keep equity considerations in mind. And therefore, even in the aspect of internationalization, we have said that as far as possible, we will be not just a method of allowing foreign universities to come here and therefore remove the competition from the Indian universities, but allow both of them to coexist. And coexistence will allow for actually a cross germination that will happen, and therefore a kind of a better ecosystem of education, which I think all students who cannot afford to send their children to foreign universities outside should be allowed to have an opportunity here too. Now, on the autonomous degree granting colleges and on the affiliation system, I think I should mention that we accept that the affiliating system has had its positive results. We have seen that we are all products mainly of affiliated colleges, but at the same time, affiliation system has gone beyond its own capacity, in the sense, if a university is having 800 colleges under it, it is forced by per force, it becomes merely an examination activity by not being able to address the quality concerns. And we have not said that affiliation system would vanish tomorrow. We have only said through a system of handholding and mentorship, we will try to have a method by which colleges can be allowed to reach certain benchmarks of accreditation and then move on through a graded autonomy to become autonomous degree granting colleges. Yes, even in this aspect, we have mentioned that colleges in the rural areas, colleges in unserved and underserved areas will not be pushed aside in this whole exercise of trying to provide autonomous degree. There is a very clear caveat that we will take care of the requirements of education of those sections who are living in areas so that collegiate education is not denied of trying to say we are going to create autonomous colleges. The idea is to balance that equity considerations with excellence considerations. At the same time, we must also accept that when internationalization, when the aspect of autonomous degree granting colleges come about, the governance structure of higher education institutions have to be free from external interference. And that is why we are talking about very strong internal governance bodies which are free from external interference, where HEIs can decide for themselves how best they would be able to achieve the vision that they want to, as a research university or as a teaching university, or whether a college would aspire to become an autonomous degree granting colleges over a period of 15 to 20 years. And therefore, the empowered governing bodies that we have talked about is in keeping with this idea that autonomous institutions must exist in higher education. And obviously, autonomous higher education institutions which are existing are going to be, it is not that they exist outside the context of the state government. And therefore, the role of the state government in trying to ensure that their higher education institutions achieve this degree of empowerment through internal governance bodies and through autonomy are things that will have the interplay between the state governments and the higher education institutions. Now, on the regulatory system, UGC, the AICT, the National Council for Teacher Education, and the 17 odd regulatory bodies are all there and looked at higher education from its disciplinary boundaries. Since we are doing away with the disciplinary boundaries, the idea of having a kind of a regulatory system which will separate, in theory, a function of separating, let us say, funding, regulation, accreditation, and academic standard setting. And the UGC, which was created in 1956, which was only there as a grants council, has got overloaded with all these functions being done under its own umbrella for a system which then existed with about 50 universities and which today exists with something like 1,026 universities, about 40,000 colleges. This is a large for one single body to perform what seem to be mutually conflicting roles. And on accreditation, ideally, we would like to move towards binary accreditation, which is what is done world over, either yes or no. But we haven't reached that stage. The kind of preparedness is not there on the ground. And therefore, we have talked about a Higher Education Commission of India as an umbrella body with 4 independent verticals for regulation, accreditation, standard setting, and for funding. These are the 4 verticals that we have, an academic standard setting. These will not actually become over imposing. In fact, the whole grain of this policy is to avoid imposition of anything, including languages. And I think even in higher education, we have tried to say mother tongue education in the early classes based on scientific evidence, just as we talked about early childcare education based on scientific evidence, just as we talked about age appropriate learning in the curricular restructuring of 5 plus 3 plus 3 plus 4, and the fact that in higher education, the possibility of offering higher education in other regional languages can be explored. And that is a major reform or a major change from what has been done so far. That idea that the plurality of Indian languages and the need to preserve, protect, and promote regional languages is something that adds to the strength of cognitive learning. And therefore, language and its relationship to culture, language and its relationship to cognitive development is that that we have tried to strengthen. And that is why we have said that recognizing the rich literature of various languages that are there in this country, we should have an institute for language for translation and interpretation. That does not preclude the role of English education. It continues even in school education and in higher education. It does not preclude universities from setting up their departments of languages and having strong departments and strong departments for understanding the interplay of different languages, which adds to that body of knowledge. This has been recognized. I come to technology, and I think we need to accept with reality that the greatest disruptor is technology. And what we have seen today as a webinar, because of the COVID times, is not necessarily a knee-jerk reaction, but the policy has looked at technology in education in creating standard protocols on how appropriate technologies can be used for different levels of education, as well as address the aspect when dealing with online education of the digital divide, the absence of e-content in regional languages, the absence of proper training of faculty, and look at it from all these aspects through the creation of a National Education Technology Forum, which will have even the state governments being on board within that particular body. So the technology in education, whether it is for enhanced and enriched teaching learning purposes, whether it is for adaptive testing and therefore having individualized opportunities for adaptive testing, whether it is for better teacher engagement through synchronous learning, while looking at equity concerns of digital divides, have been touched upon in chapters 23 and 24 for technology in education and for online education. I'll come to the aspect of vocational education and the need why even the BWork program that is there needs to be provided within a multidisciplinary environment rather than look at it as a separate vertical. And we have said that vocational education across all levels needs to be integrated, because for this purpose, we have said it is a cross-cutting theme and therefore put in other focus areas where separate strategies would be there for school education and for higher education, and a for integration of vocational education to address at different levels in collaboration and consultation with other stakeholder ministries, both at the central level and at the state level. I'll finally come to the point of trying to look at the manner in which this is going to be implemented and this aspect that the policy has sought to ignore the role of the state governments. The Central Advisory Board on Education, which is considered the highest body for taking decisions on education, under which even the RT Act has been cleared and therefore it became an act, is a body that comprises of the Minister for Education at the head, with other Government of India ministries, and all state education ministers and UT lieutenant governors. It is a composite body respecting the federal structure of this country and respecting that in 1976 education was brought under the concurrent list. And therefore, we have said that this body would be strengthened and would be constantly reviewing the progress of the recommendations of the NEP, wherein the states are seen as equal partners in the policy making and the policy implementation process. In that sense, the joint review missions, the constant review and monitoring and the mid-course corrections that would be needed, and recognizing that one size cannot fit all in a country like India, which are at different levels of development indicators as far as education and other indicators are there, and therefore different strategies that have to be deployed, is something that has been provided for within the policy. As much as saying that when working out an implementation schedule, and even as I speak, the innovate.mygov platform has provided for teachers to give their suggestions on implementing the NEP for in respect of the out in school education. We want the teachers to give in their views and suggestions. So even for the implementation, the stakeholder feedback is a critical part of arriving at the action plans and the strategies for implementation. And the timelines will not necessarily be obviously in one straight-jacketed box. Some of the non-financial the recommendations, like the National Curriculum Framework for School Education, the National Curricular and Pedagogical Framework for Early Childcare Education, the National Curriculum Framework for Teacher Education, the National Curriculum Framework for Adult Education, the 4 new curriculum framework that we're talking about. The work should start almost within about 2 to 3 months. Similarly, in terms of the foundational literacy and numeracy mission, the 4-pronged strategies that we talked about for early childcare and education and a joint task force as far as school education. Coming to higher education, the most important one is the Higher Education Commission of India bill, which will then decide how, when we take the bill to the parliament. So the implementation will be phased out 3 years, 5 years, 7 years. And by the time this is rolled out, it might take as far as even 15 to 20 years. We know that education policies are not something that we can make every year. And therefore, these reforms were not in disconnect to previous policies. These reforms are not intended to actually deny education to a large section of the society. The policy is to base itself on the Sustainable Development Goals and based on the foundational idea of Jacques Delors' Commission report of learning to know, to learning to do, learning to live together, and learning to be. And that has been the philosophical foundations to provide equitable and inclusive education to all and provide quality education to all and to provide lifelong opportunities to all. Yes, the GDP is a long-standing recommendation right from the Kothari Commission. And we need to accept that this effort of trying to carve out funds from different sources for pooling it for the purposes of education, which stands today at a humble 4.46 and in research only at 0.8, needs to really come through a lot of private investment also, but at the same time, not at the cost of providing for commercialization. But public investment is something that we have spoken about and also recognize that education is a public good. And in the principles that we have outlined in the introductory chapter, one can clearly see that this policy recognizes education as a public good and that investment in public education institutions is a cutting principle that has been sort of emphasized in the very principles of this policy. And that is why the whole idea of resources through school complexes and through higher education clusters, so that it is a coordinated effort holders coming together to provide a better education by empowering our students, facilitating and energizing our faculty, and also ensuring that our institutions become strong, vibrant institutions and allow us to reach a global index, which is a reality that we need to face up to. Thank you. Thank you for the time and the opportunity.
Thank you, Madam, on the multiple dimensions of the national education policy. I'm sure the participants would have a number of queries for you. This is for the attention of all the participants. Dr. Shakila Shamsu has agreed to rejoin us during the session scheduled at 3:15, which is the last session that we have today. Now, this is just for the kind attention of all the participants here. A 6-member committee was constituted by the council with Sri Prabhat Patnaik as the chairman to study the national education policy in relation to the higher education in Kerala. The committee elicits opinion from the academic community as well as the public. And this conclave is the first step in that direction. So we will have the next session at 2:15 and then one after that at 3:15 p.m. And at the end of each session, the participants can ask queries. You can type in the chat boxes or you can raise your hands and we will be unmuting you. I hope that is clear. So we stop now and we meet again at 2:15 p.m. sharp. Thank you so much. Good afternoon and welcome back to the technical session. We will be discussing the problems and prospects of research, and this is for the kind attention of all the participants. At the end of the session, if you have any queries or comments to make, you can either type in the chat box provided, or if you raise your hand, we can unmute you from here and you will be able to raise your queries. So to chair the session, we have Dr. Gangan Pratap from the National Institute for Interdisciplinary Science and Technology. Our speakers for the session are Dr. M.K. Jairaj, Honorable Vice Chancellor, University of Calicut, Dr. Kumkum Roy, Center for Historical Studies, JNU, and Dr. Jiju P. Alex, President, Federation of University Teachers Association. Good afternoon to all of you. Dr. Gangan Pratap, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear
I
you.
invite you to chair the session.
I can hear you. Yes, I'm here.
Is it not clear, sir?
Is it not?
Sir? Dr. Gangan Pratap, can you
Yeah, I
hear us?
can hear you. I can hear you.
It's not very clear, sir. Yes.
Okay, good. You can see me now. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. We can see you.
But can you hear me?
Yeah, the voice is a bit tricky. It's not very clear.
So what can we do? It seemed all right yesterday when we had the
Yeah,
trial.
a headset would help probably. A headset would.
No, I don't have one now because I'm used to working from my laptop.
So now, can you just try now with the audio?
Yeah, let me
It's
start
clear
again.
now, sir. Very
It's
clear.
clear? Okay, so the problem is not from my end. Okay,
Sorry.
good.
Sorry for that.
Yeah, okay, thank you. So I'm happy to be here. And since this is confined to a specific topic, problems and prospects of research, I am looking at the document only from that point of view. And I found it very refreshing to look at it from that point of view, because they have very specifically addressed the issue of what is to be done about research in the university sector. So what I would do is to take up the items paragraph by paragraph, starting with 9.3F, and that is the establishment of the National Research Foundation. In a way, this will coordinate the funding to do peer-reviewed research in the university and college sector. Earlier, this was dispersed among many agencies, and there was no coordination between them. So this is a welcome step, and hopefully it will encourage research of the kind of quality that gets accepted in peer-reviewed research journals. The next thing that's of interest to us in the panel would be paragraph 10.3 of the final report. I'll come back to the draft report later. So right now I'm talking about the final report. The new document encourages the setting up of multidisciplinary institutions of higher learning. I think our country has made a mistake in encouraging what are called single faculty universities. And that's not the idea of a university. A university is a universe of knowledge. On the same campus, you should have everything from anthropology to zoology. You should have faculties for nursing and medicine and engineering and sociology and history and so on. And hopefully we will correct that mistake. The other interesting thing about the document is that we are going to look at what are called the research-intensive universities. This was an idea that goes back to Humboldt of Germany in the 19th century. The idea that a university should also generate its own knowledge and not just disseminate knowledge. And this concept of a research university has found favor later across the Atlantic in the United States. And in our own country, the IITs were set up on that model, but with the fault that the IITs were oriented mainly to science and engineering and not to the other branches of knowledge. And some IITs are now correcting that. So it's a good idea to have a delineation like this, research universities on one side and teaching intensive universities on the other side. Now, when we come to 10.4, there is a provision in the document to develop colleges into autonomous degree granting institutions. And I believe that's a mistake. If you are an autonomous degree granting institution, then you should be called a university. There's no need to call it a college. So in my universe, there will only be research intensive universities and teaching intensive universities. And it's not that one will not do the other function. One more item of relevance to us from the document is paragraph 17.3. The fact that overall, that includes the non-university sector also, overall, the research and innovation investment in India is 0.69% of GDP. As compared, say, to the USA, where it's 2.8%, Israel 4.3%, South Korea 4.2%. Now, what this means is that this 0.69% takes into account government spending as well as spending from the private and industrial sector. And unfortunately, that is not taking place in our country. Most of the research spending takes place within the government sector. And something must be done to correct that imbalance, but I think that's beyond the purview of the university sector. Now, this is as far as the final document is concerned. Now, if you go back to the draft that came out a year ago, which is a much more voluminous document, you have P10.3, where they designate universities into what are called type 1 and type 2 and so on. Type 1 I've already talked about, that's a research intensive institution. Type 2 will be the teaching focused universities. And what the document envisages is a provision for about 10,000 type 3 colleges. Now, in reality, we have something like 40,000 colleges and something like 10,000 standalone institutions. And that's what's gone wrong with the higher education sector in the country. So in my universe, I would have only 200 research universities and 1,800 higher educational institutions, which do mainly teaching with some research, for a total of 2,000 universities across the country. And this was that every million of population will have more than one university. And another way of looking at it is that if we take India's GDP to be something like 200 lakh crores, maybe every 10,000 crores of GDP will have one university. And that's probably a way in which the architecture of university system in India can be rebooted. Now, as far as provision of funding goes, we realize that funding is highly inadequate for research in the country. And that is clear from the document. We have only 0.69% of GDP going to research. And in terms of number of researchers per lakh of population, India has one of the lowest figures among the major economies of the world. We have a tiny fraction even compared to China, about a tenth of what China has. And much, much smaller than the leading nations like South Korea, Israel, Sweden, Finland, and so on. And one of the problems here is that we have not developed the stock of research talent, nor do we have an adequate flow in terms of new PhDs produced. And all this because the amount of funding and emphasis on research in the university sector is very meager. And these are issues that we must address. So with that, I hand over the session to the panelists. Maybe we'll address these issues. So can you hand it over to the panelists, please?
Panelists here. Dr. M.K. Jayaraj, Honorable Vice Chancellor, University of Calicut.
Yeah, good afternoon. I'm audible?
Yes, sir, we can see you and hear you very well.
Yeah. Good afternoon, Dr. Gangan Pradap, Chair of this session. Dear participants, regarding the discussion on problems and challenges in the area of research, I would like to divide this into, apart from the NEP 2020, National Education Policy 2020, we have to address the research problems during the period of COVID and post-COVID era also. So before entering to the National Education Policy 2020, from the university side, I feel that there is an emergency situation which we have to address, especially because the research scholars are finding it difficult. I would suggest an extension of fellowship period for 1 year or at least 6 months. Those who have submitted the thesis also should be given a postdoc position or at least an extension of fellowship. This has to be done irrespective of their stages of fellowship. We have to give an extension of the fellowship for 6 months. This is something we have to address immediately. The National Education Policy emphasis on making higher education multidisciplinary and holistic by making the curriculum more flexible and creation of e-courses in regional language and adapting to times by advocating for increased use of technology. These are all welcome reforms. As rightly pointed out in the National Education Policy, much of the very best research has occurred in multidisciplinary university settings. But unfortunately, most of the universities in India is unitary in character. Our universities should have both, should have all disciplines, basic science, social science, humanities, engineering, and medicine. Some of the IITs have started in the, thinking in this line. They have adopted humanities also recently into their curriculum and research. Most of the research in universities are done in basic science. It's not transformed into a product. Basic science creates knowledge. And of course, the university should be knowledge creation center, not a knowledge dissemination center can be taken by the teaching universities. However, you can see that there is a need for more emphasis on translation research, basic understanding of prototyping, and then to product development. So this requires the engineers along with the basic scientists. The way the engineers who basically applied the knowledge to product and process, and while those who working in the basic area explores the physical and natural world. In Kerala, most of the universities are confined to the basic science research. Once you do the research, it's end up in a thesis and end up in as a thesis volume in the library. We have to have some engineering departments along with the university system so that whatever the basic knowledge created in the university has to be transformed into product and process. The university setting should be a multidisciplinary with all disciplines under one umbrella. Or we can think about a cluster institution with a strong linkage of students and faculty between the institutions. So what is the critical mass for a department to be productive? So you can see that always to establish an institution with a potential for excellence in research, it takes 10 years to establish a department which is excellent in research. And an ideal situation, I foresee that in a department we need to have at least 20 to 30 faculty members in the department. That is the critical mass to have a meaningful research. So this means that if you look at the current faculty strength in each department in the universities in Kerala, most of them is below 10. So which means that we have to double or triple the strength of the faculty in the universities. And the national education policy also says that the PhD entrants, irrespective of their disciplines, has to be required to take credit-based courses in teaching, education, and pedagogy in their chosen PhD subject. In this aspect, what I would suggest is scholars should be given a teaching assistantship. Instead of fellowship, they should be given a teaching assistantship at least for the first 2 years. This will give them a exposure to pedagogical teaching, designing curriculum, and credible evaluations. So they would become a faculty members or good communicators. Coming to Calicut University in particular, when we speak about the university with the multidisciplinary settings, we look at the university's strength of students is almost below 3,000. We have almost 2,000, below 2,500 students in the university center. The national education policy speaks about the autonomous college which will withstand the test, maybe a strength of 3,000 students, which means that even the universities in Kerala is the student strength is much lesser than what they have envisaged in the national education policy. In Calicut University, we have about 480 colleges which is affiliated to our university system. And if you see that the underperforming colleges, if they are closed down, and if you see the mushrooming of autonomous colleges, the education is going to become expensive because the accessibility of students to the colleges become less and less because they have to travel and you have to find accommodation and so on. You have to have a residential type of research universities. So if it is in the under autonomous category, the education become expensive, and the enrollment ratio, which they envisage to increase to 50% by 2035, I expect that there will be a fall in the enrollment ratio if we favor for autonomous colleges and if you go for bigger universities. National education policy clearly states that India should address high quality interdisciplinary research across the fields that must be done in India and cannot be simply imported. So if you look the total, as Professor Gangam Pradap has stated, the total outlay of research is only 0.69% of the GDP. And if you want to set a multidisciplinary research institution in universities, and if you want to have a faculty strength of 30 faculties, and if you want to have an infrastructure, who's going to fund this infrastructure? Is it going to get from the center, or is it going to be state funded universities? So this is a big question. Apart from the, if you look the current research setting in India, the national education policies identify few research areas. The societal challenges that India needs to be addressed now is the clean drinking water for everyone, quality education, healthcare, improved transportation, air quality, energy and infrastructure. I think that there is one missing in this priority area. India also would have to stress and address the semiconductor research, which is almost nil in India. If you look the share of global electronics manufacturing, it's only 1.3% in 2012, and now it has increased to 3%. The Indian contribution to electronic industry is only 3%. The total market of electronics industry is $2 trillion. And Indian contribution is only in the area of passive components. We are not making any active components. So one of these areas we have to address. We have engineering colleges which teaches VLSI design, VLSI architecture and so on. But in India, we don't have any clean room facility accessible to the students. So this is a big issue which we have to address in the current scenario. So before going to the challenges, I will also touch upon some of the opportunities which we have at present. I will especially touch upon some of the physics-related mega projects which India has undertaken. One is the ITER project, International Thermonuclear Reactor, experimental reactor. Another is the LIGO interferometer, gravitational laser-based interferometer gravitational wave observatory, and also India-based neutrino observatory. ITER, as all of you know, is an experimental fusion reactor facility under the construction in France. About 35 countries are taking part in this project, and it will produce an energy which is tenfold that of the input energy. And it gives opportunities to vacant technologies, cryogenic people, plasma scientists, and so on. Similarly, LIGO India, also the fifth detector, which is going to be placed in Maharashtra. This also gives this also solves the puzzles in astrophysics and cosmology, also a study in basic science. It also gives opportunities to many astrophysics and laser physics and so on. Similarly, Indian Neutrino Observatory also it's another mega project under construction, primarily to study the atmospheric neutrinos at 1,200 meters deep located in Theni. So all this mega project is on basic research. However, we have to address the challenges and that are required. That is one of them is energy harvesting sector, which will address our energy problem. Another is on lithium-ion batteries, which is related to the transportation, especially hybrid vehicles and electric vehicles. And in addition to we have to have a semiconductor industry and research. If you look at the present scenario on semiconductor and research industry, the net revenue is $420 billion and processed with the 7 nanometer technologies commercially available. And there are many advancement happening in the world. There are about more than 170 semiconductor manufacturing plants in the world. But in India, there is no commercial semiconductor fabrication plants. This is one of the drawbacks. Also, we don't have any facility to prepare high quality silicon wafers. So where we do stand in the global market, the global standing in electronics market. So we are the second largest manufacturer in mobile phones in the world in 2018. But even though we have such a large user group, for example, estimated reach of our 900 million internet subscribers by 2025, there is no commercial semiconductor production plant, fabrication plants in India. And there are only 2 labs which are in government sector, semiconductor laboratories and research organization in Chandigarh. So I feel that universities has to focus a little more on semiconductor research, especially when we speak about very large scale integration. All the engineering colleges and MTech curriculum teaches them VLSI design, but none of them are exposed to the clean room culture and clean room ethics. Most of them might not have seen a clean room. And if you want to take forward, we have to have some of the semiconductor manufacturing setup. So it leads to other technologies along with it. For example, IIT Mandi has a program on developing a photoresist, which is an essential part in the lithography of the VLSI system. Now all of us are talking about artificial intelligence and things like that. We have the new brain-inspired neurocomputing system. So this von Neumann architecture is now replaced by the brain-inspired neuromorphic computing system. So this also has to be funded in a big way. I had an experience. I had submitted a proposal way back 15 years back to Ministry of DST, also to Ministry of Information Technology also. they even though the budget was very small, they rejected the project because there is no previous experience for me in that field. That was the comment I received. But with the experience I had, I was able to produce one student has completed PhD in this area. What I want to stress is the funding agencies has to be transparent. At the same time, they should also take some risk. And we have to fund the beginners with the seed money. This is another area which we have to address. The new faculties should be given an opportunity to take up new research problems. So that has to be funded by the national funding agencies. So the new proposed national scientific funding agency, they say that it will avoid the duplication of research. But sometimes duplication of research is also required. It leads to competition between the groups to become more perfect in their findings. So we in IIC they have proposed a facility for towards the realization of semiconductor manufacturing plant in India, a manufacturing facility which is about 2,500 crores. So these are some of the sectors which we have to address in the universities. To take up this kind of research, we need infrastructure, which means that the funding has to be multiplied many times. What we have at present is only a meager amount. Similarly, the PV sector, solar power is about 9.4% is the solar power which is used in India. About the 34,600 megawatt is the solar power, which is the 9% of the total power use by Indian community. Wind also is in the similar level. So the national policy on electronics formulated in 2011, a second agenda set up a semiconductor wafer fabrication facilities. So this also, if you want to have a photovoltaic, you have to have a silicon wafers, though it need not be that high quality as that of the electronic quality, but we have to have a wafer fabrication facility. Also, if we are producing and if you are using solar cells, the solar cell life is only 25 years, and by 2050, we will see that the life of the solar cell which we are installing now will be over, and we have to have some facility for recycling the. So some amount of research has to go into this direction, recycling the solar cell, extracting the precious metals from the semiconductor industry or the ICs. So this is another area which we have to address. Another is the energy storage, lithium-ion batteries, which is also established research area. Now we have to think about other areas like sodium sulfide and sodium batteries and sodium sulfur batteries. So these are some of the challenges which universities can address. But the kind of infrastructure to address this problem is very, very high. So if you look, we have about 900 universities. And if you want to create this kind of research area, maybe 100 or 200 universities, you can have a high-end facility. as an NEP points out, the universities has to be knowledge creation centers. And if it is a multidisciplinary settings, we can have the basic research which lead to a product and process in collaboration with the engineers and so on. And concerned with the University of Calicut in particular, we have about 480 colleges which is affiliated, and each college has a strength of around 1,000 or 1,500. And most of the colleges are in the village settings, which are the accessible to the students. And if we increase if these universities, these colleges are not going to survive under the new national education policy, then the access of the students to the college education higher education become very difficult one. And I expect the contrary to the expectation of national education policy, the enrollment ratio will go down. The current rate of 26.3%, which they envisage as 50%, may go down. I don't want to prolong. These are some of the points, concerns which I have. Maybe others will share their views. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Gangan Pratap, shall we move on to the next panelist?
Yeah, please do, please do.
Next, we have Dr. Kumkum Roy from the Center for Historical Studies, JNU. Good afternoon, ma'am. Yes, we can see you now. No, we can't hear you. I'm sorry.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Very clear.
Okay, fine. I'd like to begin by thanking you very much for inviting me for this panel and for this discussion. I've been listening since the morning and have learned a lot, and this seems to be something which will be fruitful, and I'm grateful to you for inviting me to be a part of this. I just wanted to begin by addressing some of the issues that had been raised in the morning, as well as some of the other issues related to higher education. So I'll just come back to those quickly. One, I think, is something which was flagged by the previous speaker, which is that we are in a situation of a global pandemic. And of course, Kerala has responded extremely well to that situation, but I think it's important for us to remind ourselves that this is a huge crisis, and it's something that affects all of us in different ways. And one of the things that has been troubling in some ways is the almost haste with which this policy is being implemented in a situation when we are coping with a crisis the like of which we have never seen before in our lifetimes, most of us. And I think that that is something that we need to keep in mind while looking at this policy. I am basing myself on something that has been produced by the UN. It is a document which deals with what they call a policy brief on the matter of education. And one of the things that they point out in the policy brief, which was prepared and circulated last month, it was circulated in fact in August 2020, is that the pandemic has affected 1.6 billion learners in 190 countries. So we are part of that global situation. And they also estimate that about 94% of the world's student population has been affected by the closure of schools. The other thing that they point out is that in what they call the lower income countries and the middle income countries, the number of students who are affected could be as high as 99%. So I think this is something that we need to factor in any kind of discussion on education policy, which we visualize as lasting for about 20 years when we are thinking about it in this present context. The most severe impact, of course, the report suggests would be on rural areas, on girls, on refugees, on persons with disability, as well as with those who have been forcibly displaced. And again, India has witnessed large-scale migrations on a scale that we haven't seen since the partition. And the impact of that is something that we need to factor in. What would that do in particular with issues like women's education, girls' education, issues of child labor, etc., are factors that they draw our attention to. The other issue that they raised is that of what they call the situation in higher education institutions, where again, the impact, even in high-income countries, they have been able to use digital media and reach out to between 80 to 85% of the population. Whereas once again, for low-income and middle-income countries, they haven't been able to reach beyond 40 to 50%. So these are huge figures and huge numbers that we need to factor in. And we need to have estimates of what is happening in our country before we take any kind of policy decision. The International Association of Universities also has released a report. And again, their report, which was released in May 2020, suggests that we are now faced with an educational system where disparities are bound to increase unless we take proactive steps to ensure that this does not happen. And again, if we go by the ILO report, which was released recently, it suggests that 400 million people in India, workers in the informal sector, will be pushed into deeper poverty because of the situation in which we are placed. So I think we need to keep this context in mind while looking at the education policy. The other 2 or 3 issues I just want to quickly flag is one, that the pandemic has, if we have learned any lessons from the pandemic, it is the importance of public health. And in your state, for example, the public health institutions have proved to be much more robust and much more strong than in several other parts of the country. And we need to factor in this into our understanding. Because what the policy is like, the education policy is likely to lead to, and this we have seen happening earlier, it's not something new to this policy, it is going to lead to increased privatization. And we have seen what the privatization of health has done to several parts of the country. But it's important to also see that you do have this scenario of education being privatized very rapidly, and the significance of that is again something which is worth considering. There are 2 other issues I will briefly flag. One is that I think somewhere we need to go back to certain categories that we used to use. They might sound Gandhian in some cases, but they're worth reflecting on, which is the connection between means and ends. And one of the recurring themes throughout the policy document is that inputs are not important, outcomes are important. And we all know, I think, that there is a connection between means and ends, no matter how we work it out, and that is something perhaps worth exploring. Related to that, there is an understanding or a perspective underlying this document, which is that there is a kind of dichotomy or a binary between equity and excellence. The fact that we can try and work from a perspective where these are not mutually exclusive, that we can have a situation where our understanding of excellence is defined from a perspective of equity. I think that is something important that we need to remind ourselves of and see how it works out in different situations. Turning to the structures of higher education, I think there are 2 or 3 issues that are significant and which we need to consider. One is that the new structures of higher education that are being put in place and which are being suggested are empowering certain kinds of top-down models of governance for these institutions, whereas in many parts of the country we have had developed, and these have not developed automatically. They have been developed through years, in some cases decades of different kinds of negotiations, conflicts, struggles, etc. Democratic ways of running higher education institutions, where teachers and students have had a say and have very often had differences amongst themselves. They have had dialogues amongst themselves. There have been conflicts, but nonetheless, it has been a healthy democratic way of functioning. Now we are going to be probably sooner or later pushed into a system where in the name of autonomy, it will be the governing bodies of these institutions which will be given the autonomy, whereas teachers will in many cases be probably reduced to something like service providers. And I think that that is a situation which we need to consider what the implications of that would be. The other issue, which I think is significant, is the emphasis on technology. Now, one of the things that we have seen during the pandemic is the way in which the technological divide, the digital divide, has sharpened in many areas, leading to all kinds of exclusions at different levels, partly because of the absence of electricity. Anecdotally, today morning itself, one of my students who is in Delhi did not have electricity for 2 hours, so she could not submit a form that she was supposed to submit today. So you have these happening in the capital, and these happen, of course, all across the country. We know that. So apart from electricity, access to technology, access in terms of digital literacy, etc., these are issues that we need to think about. Also, sometimes in the interest of devising technological solutions, we come up with solutions that are perhaps useful for the technology, but may not be useful for our purposes. And I will just give one example, which is of the National Testing Agency, because now we are being encouraged and sometimes persuaded in different ways to go through the National Testing Agency to test for those whom we would like to admit for not only our ME programs, but also for our research programs. And because of the format of the testing, we very often are compelled or persuaded that we will have to adopt multiple choice questions as the means of assessing students. Now, one of the things about research is that research should provide us with the scope to actually raise questions out of the box. So we need to keep that in mind to see that there is scope for asking a 4th or 5th question, which may not be within the multiple choice range, for posing a question, for posing an answer, because that is the only way in which research can progress. So if we are going to have this kind of standardized, centralized testing to recruit researchers, we will automatically be excluding people who might have a possibility of thinking differently, thinking creatively, and whose potential we may not be able to assess through multiple choice mode. The issue of language, I think, is very interesting, and I think it is something that we need to take up and work on. Far more importance needs to be given to conducting research in multiple languages, because there are very rich regional language traditions that we have in the country, And I'm glad that the report takes cognizance of that. We could work through different strategies of translation, and certainly that and useful. I just make two more points before winding up. One is that I think right now we have been almost pushed into a situation of virtual learning because of the pandemic in different ways. So wherever institutions have not completely shut down, we've been compelled to adopt different kinds of online modes, which have created all kinds of problems for us. But more than that, I think there is a long-term issue with the online mode. And that is that face-to-face interaction very often provided learners with access to people from very, very different backgrounds. So, which is no longer possible with the online mode, where each person is sitting in his or her little cell and interacting with the others only as and when required. But the continuous daily interaction through which what education is referred to as the hidden curriculum is very often transacted, from where we get our ideas about diversity, difference, learning to respect one another, even if we have conflicts with one another. Those situations will virtually be erased if we are compelled to go into a virtual mode. So I think that is something we need to think about very seriously and think about what the consequences of that would be. And the last point with which I would like to end what I have to say and offer to this discussion is that while the policy paper document does talk time and again about interdisciplinarity, and that is certainly useful, and multidisciplinarity as well, it has an extremely studied silence about the multidisciplinary spaces that have been opened up in the last 3 or 4 decades, certainly from the late 1970s, 1980s onwards, through which we have seen the emergence of disciplines like women's studies, gender studies, Dalit studies, environmental studies, media and culture studies. You would probably find in environmental studies, etc., you would probably find virtually no mention of these disciplines in the policy document. It does list disciplines, but these disciplines are absent. Now, I think why these disciplines are significant is that they have emerged from the interface between popular movements and academics. They have managed to bridge the gap, sometimes with a great deal of dialogue, debate. Again, I'm using the word conflict and confrontation, challenging one another. But they have opened very significant spaces for interdisciplinary activity, research, etc. And the silence of the document about these spaces is something that is worrisome, because it would be really sad and unfortunate for us if these close down. I say this because these disciplines are not likely to attract the kind of philanthropic funding which the document offers as a financial resource for higher education and other things. And the fact that this will not be available or will probably be available in only very small amounts is something that I think is a serious problem that we need to consider when we look at the dimensions of research and higher education, not only in Kerala, but in the rest of the country as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. And now we quickly move on to Dr. Jiju P. Alex, Professor, Kerala Agricultural University and President, Federation of University Teachers Association. Over to you, sir. Dr. Jiju P. Alex. Dr. Gangan Pratap, I don't think he is online.
Yeah, let's go to the next person.
That person, 3 panelists. Just trying to get in touch with him, sir.
Is it Professor Verghese who is next?
Sir, I am trying to contact him. Did you hear it?
Can you hear me? I am Varghese. Can you hear me?
Yeah, let's start with Professor Varghese.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Can I start?
Yeah, please do start.
Good afternoon to all.
online.
All right, madam.
Yes, sir, you can continue, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon to all of you, and thank you very much to Professor Rajan Gurukul and Professor Rajan Varghese for inviting me for this. I'm very sorry and I apologize that I was supposed to come earlier occasion in an earlier session, but unfortunately I had another commitment, so I could not change it. Friends, I am requested to talk about national policy on education and also its implications. So what I'll try to do is that since it is a meeting organized by the State Council of Higher Education, I'll focus on higher education and also pick up some of the issues which has national implications and also some implications for Kerala. That's the way that I'll try to do. I'll try to highlight some of the issues related to what is the role of the state that is envisaged in this policy. What are the implications of equity so far as Kerala are concerned? And how is the marriage between excellence and learning outcomes in the context of equity and quality are conceived? And the fourth one is that why the policy is very mum about employment issues. And lastly, about the federal structure and what does it mean to strengthen the federal structure to go ahead with the policy and whether the policy has more centralizing effect or more decentralizing effect. That will be essentially what I'll try to do in the next 20 minutes. That is what I was told I am given. And madam, at any point of time, if you feel that I am exceeding the time, please show me the hands. I'll try to conclude at that point of time. Friends, India has rich higher education today. And I should say that we are used to live without an education policy in the first 21 years of after independence. And we are also used to live with any regulatory bodies in the first 100 years of existence of higher education and universities in this country. So that does not mean that we don't need a policy. That does not mean that we don't need a regulation. Only thing that I am trying to emphasize is that India has also an experience of living without a policy, without the regulatory bodies. Still, we try to function with all limitations. And if you ask me a question, whether that regime was better than the current regime in terms of the regulations, etc., I don't have a conclusive answer. That I leave to your imagination. One of the major contributions for the first policy in 1968 was having a unified structure of education, what we commonly known as 10+2+3 system. I think that is being changed substantially now after around 60 years or 52 years of its existence. What we used to do is, what we used to know is 10+2+3. Now it is 5+3+3+4 system that is coming. It has a lot of implications so far as curriculum planning is concerned. It also has a lot of implications so far as the institutional arrangements are concerned and also coordination between different ministries are concerned. A second dimension that I would like to highlight is that in 1986 policy, unlike 1968 policy, raised the issues related to inequalities. I think this policy also raises this, and therefore it is very important to remember that. The basic difference is that in 1986 policy, inequalities were addressed in the context of access to the education system or bringing children to the schools or youth to the colleges and the universities. So there is a substantial difference. Today, when we are talking about inequalities, these inequalities are more in terms of learning outcomes. What one finds is that today the differences, the distances that we find between people or between students is not those who are outside the school system and those who are inside the school system. What one finds is that between or among those people who are inside the system. So for example, if you look into the distribution in terms of equity and in terms of access, you find that if what is commonly known, used in statistically, is the Gini coefficient, And if you go by that, Kerala is one of the top ranking institutions, top ranking states with 0.25 as the Gini index, which means one of the most equal system. And secondly, in terms of access. Secondly, I will also say that if you look at in terms of the rural-urban differences, you find that it is very, very minimal in Kerala. It is because of the progressive state actions that are taken place in the 50s and 60s that we have such a phenomenon of educational growth in the country, you know, what is sometimes referred to as Kerala model in economic regime, in economic sector and domain can also be extended with some modification to the educational sector too. So you find that that's quite important. 3 or 4 policy dimensions that are crucial to understand the policy and also its implication for the state of Kerala. One is that multidisciplinary education that one is talking about, and also reorganization of colleges into minimum of 3,000 students. Equally important is the gross enrollment targets that are put, and what does it mean? What do these targets mean for Kerala? The diversified institutional structure, the governing structure, and also internationalization. No, these are the 3-4 elements that I will touch upon in the coming few minutes that is allocated to me. The first one, the GER. It envisages that the GER will be 26.2 or 3 to 50 by 2035. It will be almost double. I feel that this is a target very ambitious, and which may, again, at all India level, one may find it very difficult to achieve. For example, if you look at the past decade, there used to be an increase of 1 percentage points of GER every year up to 2014-15. And in the last 4-5 years, if you look at the net addition to GER is only 0.4%. And if you multiply this by 14, you will find that it will not be able to reach or doubling of the GER at the national level. And secondly, in states like Kerala and Tamil Nadu and educationally advanced states, you know, what one finds is that a large chunk of the students who are completing +2 levels of education are already getting admitted to the colleges. So therefore, if the GER at the national level is to be achieved, I feel that this needs a concerted effort of investing in school education in Uttar Pradesh, in Orissa, in Rajasthan, in Madhya Pradesh, and other educationally backward states are concerned. So this is a very different situation. Fortunately, both in Kerala and Tamil Nadu has a gross enrollment ratio of 49, and Kerala has a gross enrollment ratio of 37. And Kerala has also one advantage, that women gross enrollment ratio is much higher than, I think, the only state in the country where gender parity index is in favor of women with 1.85, you know, not 1. So that is Kerala. So you find that in Kerala, this is achievable. Why it is achievable? It is because one factor that contributes to is that even in the recent past, the growth has been reasonably good. So it is not it is a question of 14% or 13 percentage points achieving in the next 14 or 15 years. So it is not a Herculean task. But what is important to note in the context of Kerala is that most of if you look at the number of institutions and its concentration, you'll find that more than 35 to 36% of the higher education institutions, especially the colleges, are concentrated in Ernakulam, Kottayam, and Trichur. You know, these are the 3 districts you find highest concentration of higher education institutions in Kerala. So one has to look into the regional dispersion of higher education institutions. That is where the policy implication mean with the policy, with this new policy, or otherwise when you talk about access to education. And if you see the differences between social groups, etc., thanks to the Kerala model of development that has been very well enshrined and also implemented very well, you find that these differences are not substantial. However, when we come to the questions related to the quality of education, what we find is that there is substantial variation between the schools and within the schools. And you find 2 trends that were very common in Kerala that you find is that there is a decline, demographic due to the demographic factors, there's a decline in enrollment, overall enrollment in Kerala, but also there is a flow of students from from the government schools to private schools. And I'm told that in the last 2 or 3 years, thanks to the efforts that are put, there is a reverse flow that is taking place. I actually do not know what is the extent of that reverse flow, but it's a very positive effect that you find that there is a reverse flow that is taking place. But if you're talking about higher education, what is important, one of the factors contributing to this regional concentration is also the market process and the private sector in higher education. And what you find is that it is nearly a substantial share, nearly 78% of the higher education institutions and 64 to 65% of the enrollment in higher education in India are in the private sector. So therefore, it is very important to see that. Even if you take in Kerala, you will find that nearly 63%, 83% of the enrollment is in the private institution. That includes 48% in the unaided sector and 34% in the aided sector, So therefore, one issue that needs to be looked into, what is the role of the state in terms of providing education and in terms of ensuring not only equity, but also quality, or equity in quality. That becomes one of the important dimensions, both in India and in Kerala. When the state sector is systematically declining, even in India, in this century, what has happened is that the private sector has become one of the major sectors contributing to growth, and acceleration in the growth rate in higher education is taking place as a result of the growth of the private sector. And it is not because of the government sector or through the government institutions that this acceleration takes place. Under that context, it is very important to see that what is the role of the state, what is the role of the state in financing, what is the role of the state in terms of regulations. Friends, I'll come to this question towards the end of my presentation. The second dimension that I would like to say, there is a proposal to see that there will be, colleges will be put together, and at least 3,000 is the minimum number of students as enrollment that is considered. I think this has two implications. One is the theory of large scales, and it may be better that if you talk about this, it may be better if you talk about the college complexes, etc., which is not new in Kerala, because at least Kerala State Higher Education Council proposed in Trivandrum, Ernakulam, and Calicut. There is a proposal that there is a need to develop some of these arrangements like this. But anyway, what is more important is that 3,000 in India, at least 26,000 colleges out of 40,000 colleges are not having enrollment more than 500 students. So therefore, merger of these colleges to make into minimum of 3,000 is very, very not only difficult, at times it becomes very dangerous too. Dangerous in what sense? Because what you are happening, the existing arrangements of provision of education in a more widespread process or a widespread spectrum is giving more equitous access to people. But when you see that this amalgamation takes place, or if you try to merge these institutions, what will happen is that the inequalities in access to education will disappear. I started by saying that 1986 policy addressed more to inequalities in access, but when you're talking about this, it is not related to the access issue. So that is something that needs to be taken into account. The third point that I would like to take up is that, the issues related to, you can have 3-year BA degree, 4-year BA degree, 1-year master's degree, 2 years master's degree. Then you can also have arrangements for direct PhD from BA if you have done 4-year BA with the research, etc. I think one of the interesting things that is to be noticed is that these are all possible in a very matured higher education system. And I do not know whether our system has been matured. Perhaps these changes may take little more time, and perhaps we need to wait to see these changes unraveling itself. If you're talking about issues related to the new governance structures, that is very important to note that, the system of KSHEC, I'm sure that somebody might have commented on that. So I will not take much time, but only 1 or 2 points that I would like to make is that at one level, creating such a big organization may be giving better coordination. Today, there are 16 or 17 regulatory bodies for higher education in India. That itself is creating problem, and the coordination of the work that is in activities and legislations undertaken, responsibilities undertaken by these 16 or 17 regulatory bodies itself is creating a problem for India. So therefore, it is very important to see that how a better coordination is established and better effectively this can be managed. One important issue related to this is the accreditation. I'm very happy that Kerala State Council of Higher Education had initiated a step towards moving towards accreditations, and they had done a lot of homework from this point of view. Now, when you're talking about a NAC, only National Accreditation Council at the national level will be established, and there will be many institutions of accreditation that will be established at the regional level. It also means that one will be in a position to move ahead with the type of changes that are already initiated, So that is very important to see that. I will take up one more issue since with the limited time. One is this, issues related to internationalization. When we talk about internationalization, we talk about mobility mostly. And the mobility is of 4 types. One is programs move, students move, teachers move, and institutions move. Out of these 4 varieties of movement, 3 movements were permitted in India. One movement, that movement of institutions, that is means foreign institutions coming and establishing independent campuses to offer courses and award degrees, this was not permitted in India. This policy for the first time tries to provide such permissions. If you all remember, there used to be a bill, Foreign Universities Bill in the Parliament, which was there, which could not be passed. And after 5 years, it got lapsed, So now there is a possibility of doing this. It has a lot of implications for Kerala. One implication is that Kerala has one of the largest number of people staying abroad, and nearly more than 30% of the state income, domestic product, comes from the remittances. But unfortunately, when it comes to the number of students coming to Kerala, I was looking at the latest data published by MHRD. It is only 217 students, foreign students studying in Kerala. This is an area with concerted efforts, with a policy and little bit of investment, we'll be able to tap well. Why? Because the wide range of people, the large number of people from Kerala who are staying abroad, especially in the Gulf countries, you may not be able to get students from the parents who are settled in UK, USA, and Australia, etc. But a large number of students whose parents are working in the Gulf countries will be able to get, And if you get around 70 billion as the total remittances for India, the largest remittance receiving country is India, and a good share, Kerala has contributed a good share to that. And therefore, there is immense scope for having internationalization of higher education, keeping Kerala as an attractive hub. So that is one area where one can try to see that what can be done. The second area that I also feel that in terms of there is a need to redefine the role of the state. I don't think that in the given circumstances of the number of institutions which are controlled by the state, both in India and in Kerala, and also in terms of the total number of students who are enrolled, the share which you take, more than 80% of the students enrolled in Kerala are in the private institutions, if you consider unaided and aided sector together. So therefore, there is a need to see that how do you redefine the role of the state? I think the era of looking to the state as the provider and funder is coming to an end. And that is something that is to be realized and recognized and perhaps internalized. I'm not happy with that development, that situation. And the private sector, promotion of the private sector that has happened in this century in the whole of India and in many states, is an illustration of the declining role of the state, I think perhaps the policy envisages a situation whereby the state is not to fund, the state is more to regulate, the state is more to provide a framework of development, and the state is more in terms of, this is driving a backseat driving. No, it's not front seat driving. I think the policy perhaps indicates that from the front seat driving, the state is moving towards a backseat driving. That is what is or what sometimes in technical terms it is called for steering from behind or steering from distance. That is the role the state is expected to provide. Although the policy says that 6% of the national resources will be allocated to, or GDP will be allocated to education. This is something that was mentioned in 1968 policy. This is something that was mentioned in 1986 policy, that is reiterated. But we have not reached very close to that. Well, 4%, some people say that it is 4.1 or 2%. We are still hovering around 4% of the total GDP that we are talking about, that is invested in education. So therefore, there is a need to do that. Kerala Council of Higher Education in its submission, one of the submissions have indicated that the resource allocation for higher education will be increased from 1% of today to around 2%. That is a welcome step. Even then, I feel that it will not be able to, the state funding alone will not be able to meet. So therefore, how do we regulate the system, make it people friendly, make it more equitous, reduce inequalities? How do you frame the policies, and how do you enforce the regulatory mechanisms? That becomes more important in terms of the state. Or in other words, what I am saying is that I don't envisage, and I don't believe, and I hope it is true, that the role of the state is reduced. What is required is that redefining the role of the state to take into account the changing circumstances and the reduced declining fiscal capacity of the state, how the state will reassert itself. I think I want the state to reassert. I feel that state needs to reassert if you have to talk about the direction of change. And in a state like Kerala, state has played a very, very important role to facilitate, to model, to redefine what is referred to as the Kerala model of development globally and internationally. And for that, we need to redefine this. There are many institutions, board of governance or management that are talked about at the college level. And also, you find that these bodies which are set up at the national level, these 4 verticals that you're talking about for KSHEC, I think it is important for the state to keep the federal structure and the federal nature of the country in mind, and try to see that how the membership to these bodies, membership to these committees are determined. That is an area where the state governments, not only Kerala government, but also the other states, do have a role. How do you strengthen the federal structure? I still remember that in the last CAB meeting in 2019, the minister from Kerala, education minister from Kerala, came, and Professor Ravindranath, and he made a fantastic speech in Vijayan Bhavan. And I think there she strengthened or underlined the importance of the federal nature. And the minister from Gujarat, the education minister, honorable minister of education from Gujarat, also echoed the same feeling. So there is a need, when you're talking about the policy, when you're trying to unravel the implementation process of policy, there's a need to reassert the role of the state, the role that the states can play to strengthen a federal structure. That becomes very important. I end it by saying that there is one area where the policy is very, very, very silent, that is on employment. Unemployment is one of the major concerns. If you see the 1986 policy, one of the major contributions of the policy was the statement that dealing degrees from jobs, because it was considered that it is because of the linkage that is established from degrees and employment, that is why there is a big rush, heavy rush for higher education. So one of the ways for reducing rush for higher education is to dealing degrees from jobs. Unfortunately or fortunately, this did not happen. At the same time, the rush for higher education increased. And if you look into this century, it got accelerated. The growth became accelerated, and the higher education sector became massified in nature. So there's a lot of change that has taken place. But this policy does not talk about, it talks about learning outcomes. It does not talk about educational outcomes or university outcomes. It talks certainly about graduate attributes. What are the graduate attributes? So it is talking more about employability rather than employment of the university graduates that are coming. Friends, I feel that the issues related to role of the state and how you define equity on the one hand and talking about excellence on the other hand. Say, for example, in Kerala, it is very important that if you look at the NIRF ranking for this year 2020, you will find that the Kerala University, which is the top ranked university from Kerala, is at 23rd. And you find that Mahatma Gandhi University is at 30, Kannur University is at 30, Mahatma Gandhi University is at 54, and Calcutta University is at 60. Now, there should be some mechanisms to see that Kerala, with its educational advantages, Kerala with its all educational infrastructure facilities, which is much better than the other places. And even if you look into the teaching positions vacant, in other states, you find that large number of teaching positions are vacant. Kerala also it is vacant, but it is nearly 90% of the positions, at least in the government institutions, are filled in. So therefore, there is a need to see that how we try to look into the issues related to enhancing quality, not only through accreditation, but also otherwise. And that will be reflected at all India level through the comparisons of NIRF, etc. Although I am not somebody who strongly supports the ranking as a panacea for quality, but I think it is also important that Kerala needs to look into that. So my final submission is that the role of the state in the development of higher education in particular needs to be reassessed and redefined, like what State Council of Higher Education Kerala has been trying to do. And secondly, how do we marry excellence with equity, equity with excellence? And Kerala has an advantage because it has already had a type of equitous growth, therefore it is easy to focus more on quality and excellence. And similarly, I will say that what does it mean for the federal structure? And also, what does it mean when you are talking about the changes that you are talking about in terms of the federal structure and the membership to different bodies that are envisaged? There's a lot of scope for, even with the policy or without the policy, to go ahead with the development path that is carved out by higher education system in Kerala. And I think it should continue to move faster and more effectively. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Varghese. That was Professor N.V. Varghese, Honorable Vice Chancellor, National University of Education Planning and Administration, New Delhi. He's a renowned academic of international repute from Kerala. Now over to you, Dr. Jiju PLX.
Respected Chairman and my dear panelists, thank you very much for this opportunity. In fact, many speakers have outlined the overarching features of the new education policy, and I would not divulge much on that. I would focus on issues of research. And in fact, we know that the regulatory nature of the framework envisaged in this new education policy of a critical observation is that all these implications have to be viewed critically. The new education policy, in fact, has tried to put up a facade of being reformist and transformational and futuristic. A close look, on the other hand, at this document would reveal that the fundamental process of teaching and research would turn out to be dependent on a centralized system, the decisions of which cannot be influenced by any democratic process. And I would say it amounts to flouting the principles of federalism to a great extent. And in fact, this is the predominant approach that guides the provisions of the new education policy 2020, as beautifully explained by Professor Prabhat Patnaik in the morning session. And another issue which has noted down is that this document does not speak much about the context in which the new education policy has been formulated. It does not turn back and look at the process of evolution that has happened over a period of time, particularly since independence, and what were the transitions that have taken place during the course of this period from independence to this, the current year. Instead, the policy is mostly complacent about the accomplishments that we had had as a civilization, the glory of the past, and how it would appear as if the aim of the new education policy is to regain the past glory of a tradition, and which is presented to be an excellent one. At the same time, it gives an impression that it is futuristic and it would address the emerging development goals of the country. So in fact, the strategy adopted by the policymakers to accomplish these objectives is not of decentralization, it is rather centralization, which is envisaged as an approach and strategy. And coming specifically to research, I would confine to research alone. The policy speaks about research as a critical factor that would help growth and sustainable improvement of a vibrant economy. And also it says that it is going to uplift the society. And we are also reminded of the fact that some of the most prosperous civilizations had flourished because of creation of knowledge. And it does not speak much about how this knowledge has been distributed. The stream of science and technology and social sciences in this document are viewed from the perspective of solving developmental issues and problems. And it is also seen as a tool for national development. And in view of this, the policy claims that the governance and regulatory changes would encourage an environment of research and innovation. So it is in this backdrop, the research administration envisioned in this document has to be approached. So we know that the new education policy proposes establishment of a national research foundation. And there are several countries that foster that kind of innovation and research through national foundations, providing assistance through competitive grants. So there are several mechanisms which are existing in several countries. And it is said that this mechanism would help permeate the culture of research and innovation among educational institutions. So in fact, it is conceived as a mechanism to provide incentives and recognition to outstanding research and to enhance research capability, particularly in to the disadvantageous sections of the society and also institutions which belong to backward areas, etc. And even while this new mechanism has been proposed, the current funding agencies like the Department of Science and Technology, DBT, Indian Council of Agriculture Research, Indian Council of Medical Research, Indian Council of Historical Research, UGC, etc. would continue and do their job. But National Research Foundation would coordinate all the activities of these funding agencies in addition to their own activity. So the problem is, how would this centralized system would prioritize the agenda of research? Whether it would be a democratic approach or whether it is going to be any kind of dictation or prescription on their part, so that funding would be restricted to a few domains alone, whether it would entertain localization of research agenda, whether they would help us respond to the development issues of a state, whether it would customize and improvise research priorities such that we would be able to benefit, a particular locality or a state would be able to benefit out of this. So in fact, the impression that it leaves is the emphasis on industry academic linkage would be an increasing influence on determining the research agenda. If that happens, it is going to be highly, I would say, it would fail the objectives. And who would determine the fundamental key areas? What kind of interest would be entertained and sustained in fixing up the agenda of research across the country? And also it is seen that NRF is going to be governed by a board of governors, and you go by the nature of this document that is going to be mostly drawn from different sectors with more emphasis on industry and also from private institutions. So you know that there had been several, even a few committees which have been formulated by the government to look into the utility of education in India. And one of the top two industrialists have reflected on that. And that has come up as a report, which I would say had been a precursor to the new education policy. So the primary activities of this National Research Foundation will be to fund competitive peer review grant proposals at all stages. It would facilitate research, and also it would act as a liaison between research and relevant branches of government to let universities and higher education institutions and the scientific community know what exactly are the developmental goals of governments. And also, it would also expose them to the latest research breakthroughs in the industry. So the problem here would be, what kind of licensing are they going to do? And what would be the degree of freedom that would be allowed to the states to decide upon the priorities, again, which I have pointed out earlier. So whether there would be a scenario where only the cutting edge technologies which would invite more investment, which would attract investment, or which would attract the industry, only would be given more emphasis. So then there would be a problem of marginalizing a few sectors which had to be addressed even otherwise, particularly from the point of view of local development, local needs, and requirement of the communities, etc. So in fact, the outlook of the scheme of managing research in the country, I would say it appears to be a copycat of the system of the capitalist economy, which had evolved over centuries. As Professor Varghese has pointed out, I'm also dubious whether we are ripe enough, mature enough to sustain this kind of drastic changes. And this copycat system, which has been adopted without any kind of adaptation or improvisation to an economy which is having the characteristics of, and I would say an agrarian, even now, an agrarian economy, which is not much developed. We have to wait and see what is going to be the outcome. So in fact, whether this would be appropriate for a country which has been under the colonial rule, with systems that are not ripe enough to be thrown to the whims and fancies of the market forces, a system which still requires fostering from public institutions on a large scale, this has to be examined. So whether this drastic transition in response to industries and corporate, particularly predominantly industries and corporate, would fit to the requirements of the institutions that are located in backward areas, and also, as I told you earlier, whether it would address the issues of development that states like Kerala would like to address. And in fact, in view of this, I would say that states should be having more stake in this process. And we have several state level funding agencies which cater to the requirement of the state. I would say, for example, we have the Kerala State Council for Science, Technology and Environment, which is a funding agency. It has been doing some of the activities so meticulously. So this kind of a localization and strengthening of the local funding agencies has to be integrated into this system with much priority, because that would decentralize the whole process of research administration, and that would certainly reflect on the requirement of the people. So instead of centralized governance, more flexibility has to be given to the state to determine the priorities of research, and they have to be given more opportunity to address the local development issues. So in fact, I would point out that this process of rolling out this new policy would take, as earlier stated by one of the speakers, to take minimum 15 years, and it is going to be in place by 2040. And it would require a lot of legislations and other policy decisions in this course of time. And I think the states have to be very vigilant about this and how these institutions are going to emerge. What would be the composition of these institutions? What would be the activities of these institutions? How would they operate? And what kind of influence are they going to wield on the process of not only teaching, but in research as well? And what would be the degree of autonomy that would be given to the states? And how would states can partner with various institutions? And what's the kind of environment that they are going to create? And what would be the characteristics of this ecosystem per se? Have to be very closely watched. And we know that, in fact, the chairman of this committee who drafted this policy had cubed that the draft policy had attracted almost about 2 lakh responses. And he said, almost satirically, I would say, that none of these recommendations were worthy of being integrated into the document. So if that is the case, that means they have dictated this and they are not ready to respond to the public demand, and many of such things have been sidelined, have not been taken into consideration. If that is going to be the attitude further, I fear the principles of federalism, first of all, and also an predominant influence of industries and corporates. And I would say the lesser emphasis on fundamental issues of development, which a state would need, or which a locality would, a community would need. So those things would come up, they will not be addressed properly, and there could be some skewed implementation of these recommendations. I think we have to be much more vigilant over that. And I am so happy that the Federation of University Teachers Association has been given an opportunity to reflect on the implications of this policy on research administration. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Over to you, Dr. Gangan Pratap. I think we've come to the end of the list of panelists who are up for speaking. Sir? We can't, the audio is not very clear. Yes.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yes, clearly.
You can hear me now, okay. So I thank the panelists. For this session. Yeah.
Can we move on to the next panel discussion, sir, the next session?
Oh, sure. I just wanted to thank the panelists. Please go ahead. Yeah, thank you then. Thank you for allowing me to take part. Please go ahead.
Now we have Dr. Rajan Gurukal, Honorable Vice Chairman, Kerala State Higher Education Council. The session is on the socio-cultural impact of the National Education Policy. Sir?
Okay. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. We can see you as well as hear you clearly.
Okay. I'll quickly share some points by way of critical reflections. The first point I have to make is that the whole document has the problem of dichotomy between the rhetoric and the real. And there's no quarrel over the issue of the document with regard to the structure, composition, and then the way it is drafted. Excellently drafted, and it's a persuasive document, but with the problem that I'm trying to raise, contradictions and incompatibilities. Let's start with some of the vision statements. In the vision, it stated that the emphasis is on aspirational goals of 21st century education as included in SDG 4. Then the immediate following point is building up India's traditions and value systems. I don't have to explain the incompatibility over there. Thinking about 21st century competence on the one side and also values embedded in G4 on the one side, and then building up India's traditions and value systems. Then producing engaged, productive, and contributing citizens for building an equitable, inclusive, and plural society as envisaged by the Constitution. Then the following point is promoting an education system rooted in Indian ethos. What is this Indian ethos? I do not know, but you can imagine what it could be. That contributes directly to transform India substantially into an equitable and vibrant knowledge society by providing high quality education to all and thereby making India a global knowledge superpower. A whole lot of contradictions. There is absolutely no botheration about what ensues from which. So there is talking about, there is the discussion of Indian ethos and then presumption that Indian ethos contributes directly to transform India substantially into an equitable and vibrant knowledge society. Now, how does one relate Indian ethos to this formation of the vibrant knowledge society? I do not know. Again, developing good human beings capable of rational thought and action, possessing compassion and empathy, courage and resilience, scientific temper and creative imagination, sound ethical moorings and values. What else you want? All sorts of lofty ideals are arranged almost like bogies of a big goods train with no botheration about how X relates to one or how X contradicts with Y. Then making education a great leveler and the best tool for achieving economic and social mobility. And there also you find the usual nice expressions like inclusiveness, equity, equality, and so on. There is, as you know, serious social scientific thinking about how a radical and fundamental transformation takes place in society. It doesn't take place in the form of some normative imposition from above. Fundamental changes take place in society through grassroots movement. It has to come up from the very base. It doesn't happen by way of even legislation. But it is presented here that education is a great leveler and education will be a big tool for achieving economic and social mobility and so on. See, of course, education will certainly bring in social mobility provided the incumbent has certain given level of economic status and ranking and social status and ranking, and then education might help. Otherwise, education just cannot be a transforming influence. So one has to remember what Ambedkar talked about. He made the big call, educate and then agitate. That is the case with the poor people. The poorest of the poor, if get educated, then their initial position is that of an agitated people. And then that means they have to claim it through a relationship of confrontation. It won't take place automatically. And every social theorist has mentioned that education is only an instrument that can be wielded by the powerful in the society. It is the socially dominant structure as well as agency which would make use of this instrument called education. Education is not an independent institution in the sense independent of the social structure, independent of the social system. It is in fact a social system reproducing institution. That cannot be forgotten. Social institution which is committed to regenerating or reproducing the system structured by the given relations. Institution, in the sense, it is an institution for regenerating all the contradictory relations in society. Education just cannot act as an agency or a powerful institution independent of these contradictory social relations and structures of dominance. In that sense, education will never work as a leveler in society. Then I have a few more again regarding the contradictions. There is a mention about making education an institution that would bring all individuals autonomous with their creative power. Education will help every individual to nurture his or her potential, and in the process of attaining this, every individual will become free. This would implicitly mean that it is just illiteracy or lack of education alone that is disallowing an individual to be autonomous. Another point asserted in the document is its commitment to produce a proud Indian and making a truly global citizen. And there also the presumption is that both these would be facilitated by education. And then it is education which is conceived as a public service and a basic right of every child. This is an old value. After God's, this is not even a legally valid statement. It just cannot be maintained because God's agreement has already made education sector as part of the private good, and the nation is legally bound to open up the education sector for competitive trade. It is, in the language of World Bank, $1 trillion business sector. Now the document, ignoring that, says its commitment is to ensure substantial investment in a strong, vibrant public education system, as well as facilitating true philanthropic private education with community participation. They say actually there is no consideration of what is committed in the first part of the statement. It's all conceived together, private as part of this, and then it is sweet-coated by the word philanthropic. Where do you find private sector philanthropic these days? Gone are the days private talking about philanthropy, altruism, and then regardful of all kinds of good things. And now international law doesn't expect it. International law permits to conduct trade competitively taking education as the object of exchange or knowledge as object of exchange. Now, finally, the transformation, equitable transformation, sometimes it is also mentioned as sustainable transformation of Indian society into a vibrant knowledge society. I do not know what this adjective vibrant would mean. Anyway, it's a good adjective thinking about knowledge society. There is no idea about what knowledge economy means as far as the architects of this document are concerned. They take knowledge society an ideal thing that knowledgeable people operate everything and every citizen becomes autonomous and independent and so on if the individual is educated. But one has to think seriously about what knowledge society means. Knowledge society is a society which is heavily dependent upon science and technology for the production of marketable knowledge. So knowledge economy is production, consumption, and exchange of marketable knowledge. Now, knowledge is capable of generating intellectual property and patent. So in that sense, all attributes are amenable to transactions. Intellectual property is an object that can be transacted at an unimaginable rate. You won't even believe when intellectual property is put on sale, the price would be unimaginable. That is the kind of economy which is at work now, and the economy is going to be strengthened, and education then becomes the most vital area for the corporates. Corporates are running huge research establishments globally, and they are generating marketable knowledge in science tech hybrid fields. They are generating intellectual property for them and patents for them, and they use young, innovative minds for that. There is a brilliant work by Michael Perelman. The very title of the book itself is telling, Steal the Idea, Corporate Confiscation of Creativity. It's a different kind of relations of production where youngsters are subjected to utter exploitation. Their innovativeness is confiscated. And the new education policy is preparing the whole society for subsidizing the economy, sustaining the economy. Because on the one side, the economy requires as many innovative youngsters as possible. And it's the responsibility of the higher education sector to prepare society to accept the economy, for which the ideological representation of it by way of knowledge society is enough. And then in actual practice, the education institutions should be training youngsters with enormous adaptability to be part of the knowledge production enterprise. If there are plenty of such competent youngsters, corporate research establishments can recruit them at low cost, and they would be available at low remuneration also. Now you have the experts in the marketable knowledge field or the hybrid science tech fields I'm talking about. The experts are very few. Therefore, they would have freedom to fix their remuneration. They bargain. But the idea is, on the one side, there should be a lot of youngsters totally robotized and then have never been politicized. There's no need of talking about depoliticization. They are available as robots, and they are being subjected to the enslaved position, wherein without knowing that they develop only small independent modules for a supercomputer to make an assembly of them and identify new intellectual property by way of identifying new knowledge, new marketable knowledge. Now, all the important corporates the world over are expecting many patents in their name. Many patents are in the pipeline for them, and the process is going on. That is the global economic situation. And the document has to be seen only as an open circulation of certain values and passions that would enable society to move in the track to go in perfect alignment with the dominant economy. We just take it as sometimes a manifesto. It is just a policy document, but it's also important that one has to take it as a manifesto. These days, a policy is even taken as a legal document where it is not. But as cabinet has decided, of course, it has some power. Otherwise, a policy document is just a document, that's all. Unless it is accepted in a country like India, accepted by the democratic bodies. It should go to the parliament, it should go to the Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha, and then finally it should come up. Accepting this, it need not necessarily be implemented. Now, in this specific case, the situation may be different. I think about Kothari Commission report, 1968, it was accepted. Now, I have consulted some of the action plans and annual reports for about 20 years. You don't find Kothari Commission reflected in any of the action plans. In the annual reports, therefore, you don't find any audited report on that. This will happen in the case of any policy in the usual sense. In the case of many post-Kothari reports, and this was the experience. But now there is a difference. You have a very strong crony capitalist state which uses its functional autocratic power for pushing various items as part of the national development agenda. It is possible. Therefore, it is an important document, and in that sense, it's a significant political statement, which has to be understood as a political statement in relation to the current scenario of the crony capitalist state, plus the ideological aspects. The government is representing an ideology that runs counter to the values in the Constitution, although various lofty ideals in the document swear upon the constitutional values. I understand this document as an ideological. Okay, I am concluding in a minute. See, the document emphasizes on centralization, homogenization, and there is no mention about various aspects of our states' rights and so on. It's total denial of the federalist principle ingrained in the constitutional Article 246. So all these taken together, the document has a negatively skewed apolitical dimension. I'm sorry to have exceeded the time.
Thank you, sir. We started late, and that is the reason why we are running.
No, I have this problem of being forgetful of the time. Sorry, extremely
No,
sorry.
sir. The thing is, Professor Sachidanandan cannot join us due to connectivity issues. So we would like to request you to take over and chair the next session, sir.
Okay. Now I will not open my mouth and spend time anymore. Okay. You
The panel on socio-cultural impact, and the panelist speakers are Professor Gopinath Ravindran, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Kannur University, Dr. M.V. Narayanan, Professor, Calicut University, Dr. K.K. Damodaran, Member, Executive Body, KSHEC, Dr. C. Padmanabhan, Department of English, PRNSS College, Mattanur, who's General Secretary, AKPCTA. So, shall I call the first panelist, sir?
Yes.
Professor Gopinath Ravindran, can you?
Can you hear me, see me?
We can hear you, sir, but we can't see you actually.
You can't see me, I see.
We can hear you very clearly.
Okay, I think that's...
Yes, now we can see you.
Okay, okay. So let me at
I
the
think the
outset
video's
thank-
off. Sir, I think your video's off.
Okay, sir. Is it on now?
No. The audio is clear, but we can't see you. Yes, now you're clear, sir. We can see.
Now, is it? Okay. So let me at the outset thank the Kerala State Higher Education Council, Professor Rajan Gurukal, Professor Rajan Varghese, for giving me an opportunity to participate in this meeting. I think it's a very important meeting, and many more such meetings will have to be held in the near future. I've been listening to the speakers since morning. I've learned a lot, starting with Professor Patnaik's lecture. Let me first make 3 or 4 prefatory statements. One is, as Professor Gurukal also just said, it's a very well drafted document. There are very few, there are no, I couldn't see any, I haven't come across any spelling mistakes, no typos, no grammatical errors. And when you read the document, it immediately, there's, at first, once when you read it quickly, there's nothing very much that you can object to. All the right adjectives, describing words have been used. I think the whole of, nearly the whole of page 5 is on various, what it calls fundamental principles of New Education Policy 2021, saying unique capabilities of each student, it will foster that, it will recognize that, it will achieve foundational literacy, numeracy, flexibility, disciplinary silos will be broken, excellent holistic education, conceptual understanding, critical creative thinking, ethics and human and constitutional values, respect for diversity, respect for local context, full equity and inclusion, synergy in curriculum, teachers and faculty at the heart of the learning process. Then there's this light but tight regulatory framework, which, I mean, one might disagree with the words, but I suppose we will all agree to, saying the idea that we shouldn't have too many rules, but whatever rules there are should be properly implemented. Then this research is very, very necessary for education and development, continuous review. All this is absolutely fine, and I don't think any academic worth his or her salt is going to take issue with any of these principles, what they call fundamental principles. Education is a public service. There should be substantial investment in a strong, vibrant public education system. And in the same breath, it goes on to say, and facilitate true philanthropic, private and community participation. Now, we'll come to each of these later, but at least the first set of adjectives or verbs which have been used here, announced, multidisciplinarity, holistic education, all these are absolutely uncontroversial, I think. Then in part 2, after saying all this, it says there is a rootedness and pride in India, and I'm quoting from the page number 6, and it's rich, diverse, ancient, and modern culture and knowledge systems and traditions. I was wondering whether the very able people who drafted this, I mean, was it a typographical error that they left out medieval, or has it been done on purpose? I do not know. So suddenly we find medieval missing from the history part of India's traditions. Again, going further down that page, I see in the vision of this policy, deep sense of respect towards the fundamental duties and constitutional values. There's nothing to do about respect towards fundamental rights. Similarly, again, a deep-rooted pride in being Indian, not only in thought, but in spirit and intellect and deeds. I do not know whether there's something called Indian which brings all the deeds of Indians together. We've had various kinds of Indians at different points in time, at different places. So, all these are there. So, at first reading, it's a very benign document which doesn't say very much new. And to some extent, it does not say very much new also. It is like in the earlier session, Professor Kumkum Roy talked about the COVID pandemic. Now, what the COVID pandemic has done is that it has brought into stark relief the existing trends and contradictions in India, whether it was of the informal sector, of labor rights, the unpreparedness, the weak fragility of the public health system, all that the COVID pandemic has brought before us, and we've seen graphic descriptions of that in time and again in the last 2 or 3 months. Similarly, the COVID pandemic has also told us that what is happening in the higher education system, we are being forced to go online. We will have massive open online courses now because we do not have any choice. So the COVID has forced us, has accelerated existing trends in economy and society, given the strengths and weaknesses of different structures. Similarly, the new education policy 2020 also, I don't think, says anything very new. It is a statement, or as Professor Gurukul said, a political manifesto, which justifies the existing trends which are already present and developing in the higher education sector. But it is not just that. So the new education policy NEP 2020 document, which I received day before by post, this, I think, has to be triangulated within 3 points. One is commercialization, because very clearly the state is moving back. I'll come to that. Commercialization of education. Number 2, there is centralization. And number 3, I think there is a religious agenda setting also clearly visible in this document. So these are the 3 points which we have to consider which I think you have to consider if you have to make sense of this document. The first is commercialization. It does not need, I don't have to repeat it at length. What is happening, 6% of GDP. So the other important point here is this document has to be read in terms of its emphasis and its silences. Certain things are emphasized on. For instance, this light but tight regulatory framework, they take it forward and say, okay, no more UGC, we will bring about a legislation, there'll be a HECI with 4 verticals and so on. So it goes into detail and says how it has to be done. But when it comes to the fact that it's a public, it is a merit good and it's a public good and more money has to be spent, it says that substantial investment should be made. A substantial investment should be made, 6% of GDP. India has never reached 6% of expenditure 6% of its GDP on expenditure till now. In the present situation, I do not know whether that will be feasible. But what is interesting is certain things are put as recommendatory and prescriptive and left at that. Whereas certain things, certain points, it goes into detail and it's very clearly spells out what are the steps that are going to be taken, what is to be dismantled, what is going to come in its place. So the emphasis and the silences and the points where the document is vague, I think this is what conveys the real objectives of the National Education Policy 2020. Now, the first point was that is clearly of privatization. Already, higher education sector is largely privatized. People have mentioned that. It is going to take universities further in that direction. Number one. Second is, along with privatization, there is this other point of philanthropism. Philanthropism is a kind of, it is not, I mean, philanthropism is nothing new. It goes back to the 19th century. So, but this is a kind of philanthrocapitalism. This is a philanthrocapitalism where a large corporate will invest money in research in universities, and it definitely, depending on the outcome, if the outcomes are good, if it will have a benefit for that corporate. Second is, we also followed this thing of corporate social responsibility. Now, these are not really substitutes for government state investment in a merit good such as education. Whether it is primary education, whether it's secondary education, whether it is higher education, all kinds of education, I think, remain as merit goods. And countries that have spent more have also reaped the benefits of spending more on public education. So since public funding from education is very clearly not a point of great concern for the present document, policymakers, it is not surprising that what it envisages is greater role of private capital in different forms coming into education. So with privatization, again, it is not rocket science to speculate that fewer people are going to come into education. As it is, we find in the present pandemic, right now, I'm in Kannur University, and in Kannur University, we did a survey of students with access to online teaching. Many of the students, they shared one smartphone in their family. If this is the state of the digital divide or digital penetration into Indian society, what will happen when a large portion of our students are in the distance learning mode? If distance learning mode, if you remember, right now, all distance learning institutions in India, no distance learning institution in India can start a new course. The UGC is planning to come out with new guidelines. So if this is the situation, and they said it will be mixed of open learning, digital open learning, and some amount of tutoring. If this is the way digital education is going to go, what it means is that the most disprivileged of the student community will be further disadvantaged by this digital divide. So digital education, as Professor Prabhat Patnaik in the morning remarked, is no substitute or alternative for direct interaction between students. Because what you learn in a campus is not only what you're taught by the teacher, but various other things about society, about people, about communities, culture, language, so on and so forth, which you learn from your peers, interacting with your peers. So the university as a space, I don't think there's any mention of this. The campus as a space which is different, if it is a different space from the workspace or a different space from your home, the campus as a space, as an essential space for learning and the growth of individuals. I don't think if I point out, please let me know if I'm wrong, but I don't think I came across this in the document. The role of students, their organizations, teachers, their organizations, or in short, the role of any kind of democratic debate, disputation within campuses. So privatization is one point of the whole system. The second point is centralization. Now, centralization we find in various places. And one of the interesting phrases that were used was that we will have various things with curriculum and so on will be done with local flavor, local or regional flavor. That's what the document says somewhere. So that one, you will have a national curriculum. You will be it will be centrally determined what is to be taught, what is to be learned. And then you can, of course, have something. Kerala can have something on with Malayalam or Mohiniyattam or something. Tamil Nadu can have something else. Punjab can have something else. But then you have a highly centralized curriculum. The impetus seems to be a highly centralized one in curriculum and curriculum framework setting. Then we come the third point, and that is, and similarly, when we come to the National Research Foundation, it will be overseen by nobody less than the Prime Minister. Now, and who is going to be on the board of these bodies? They will be nominated by the government. The government might nominate people well known in the fields, experts, scholars, but it will all be nominated by the government. Similarly, and this is a great variance with many of the research bodies that we find in Europe. The other point is talking about centralization and democracy or lack of democracy is this Board of Governors business. Now, who will be on the Board of Governors? What will these Board of Governors, who are they? They might be leaders of community, they might be leaders of business, captains of industry. What are they going to, what do you think that they are going to promote? What are the things that they will not promote other than better academic outcomes as defined? That is yet another worry for the university as a democratic space. Then we come to certain other things. That is a very worrying thing here. That is the third point of this, the third point of the triangle of this national education policy. I mean, either it is a political document which was drafted. I don't know the history of the drafting of this document. But this particular document, I don't think was drafted many months ago. Because for one reason, I do not see any reference to China or to Chinese. Yeah. We have many other, there's Korea mentioned, there's Korean mentioned, there's Hebrew mentioned, there is, of course, Sanskrit, German, Italian, Portuguese, Spanish, and so on, but not Chinese. So, I mean, a national education policy 2020, I don't think should have been hostage to short-term political, concerns and standoffs and so on. That is one point. So it is a very, it's a political document with a very short political horizon that I see. The other is Sanskrit. I have no problem. Sanskrit should be studied. Sanskrit should be further developed. No problem with it. But why is Sanskrit given such a pride of place and not, let's say, an equally old language such as Tamil? I'm not saying, I'm not going to any language politics here, but when one language, and we know why Sanskrit informs many other concerns and beliefs of the present political dispensation, and this thing on ancient, there's another thing. I mean, after talking about criticality and critical scientific temper and inquiry and so on, it says that the rich heritage of ancient and eternal Indian knowledge. Now, as a student of history, I mean, eternal, we usually tell our students not to use words like eternal and so on. Because we are talking about social sciences, we are talking about academic inquiry. If it's a matter of faith, of course, we can talk in a religious context in terms of eternal truths and wisdom and so on. So this is the third part of it. I mean, there is very little reference to, I don't think there's any reference to Arabic. Persian, it does mention once. Pali, Prakrit, Persian, but Arabic, no reference to Arabic. Then medieval India is blanked out. And I mean, China, okay, maybe much shorter, but the emphasis on Sanskrit and the lack of any kind of emphasis in a very, very multicultural country like India, where multiculturalism has to be taken very seriously, plurality has to be taken seriously, people will notice such omissions or omissions. Maybe these omissions are accidental. If they're accidental, I think they should be immediately put back into the document. So privatization, centralization, and some kind of Hindutva agenda setting can be seen in this document. So these are not new things. We know this is describing the context around us, which brings me the last point. I'll just take 2 minutes more. That is of context. I think Professor Varghese in the last session said he's open to the idea whether there should be there is a need for a national education policy, or with or without an education policy, things might not differ very much. I tend to agree with him, because the education policy, as Professor Rajan Gurukul also just mentioned, education is not something which is one variable. Moment you change it by fiat, that everything else will change. Education will just enable people to make some changes. But in order for them to be able to make such changes, the context should be there. And in the present context, I think the present context is not a context which is most amenable to either scientific temper or to critical inquiry or to a rollback of privatization or to a rollback of centralization. So given the context and the rather many vague and some pointed recommendations made in EP 2020, I do not think that this policy document, even when it gets implemented, will be able to reach its desired goal of attaining a GER of 50%. Thank you very much. Thank you.
We now go on to our next panelist, Dr. M.V. Narayanan.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are.
And I'm seen too, I believe.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to thank Professor Rajan Gurukul and Professor Rajan Varghese, as well as the Kerala State Higher Education Council for this invitation. Definitely, before I start discussing the whole issue, I think probably one thing that we need to take note of is the specific Kerala context, which actually makes it quite different from the national scenario. Despite the obvious weaknesses, the obvious liabilities that the Kerala higher education system has, especially in terms of institutional, shall we say, lack of affluence or the lack of faculty or the lack of infrastructure, etc., it still remains that Kerala is one state which has at least been able to ensure some modicum of parity, of equity, when it comes to the offer of higher education. And that also includes what one would call gender parity, as well as community parity to a great extent, because constitutional reservation, different forms of OBC reservations have been quite studiously and quite diligently adhered to in the admission policies of the universities and higher education institutes of the state. The reason I'm saying this is because it is in this context that we probably need to look at the whole larger scenario of the new education policy itself. Because what the new education policy does, when I took a look at it, as several people, including Professor Rajan Kurukul, has indicated, it sounds so good. There are platitudes after platitudes, which actually seem to indicate great visions and great objectives and brilliant outcomes, etc. But most often, these adjectives and these platitudes seem to actually be quite airy and without any real content behind them. And in fact, a lot of this padding, as even Professor Gopinath Ravindran has indicated, a lot of this padding, I would doubt on reading between the lines, seem to be some kind of a camouflage, some kind of a cover-up for what is actually a hidden agenda behind the whole enterprise. Whether this agenda is actually going to be fully implemented, fully carried out is another question, and only time can tell that. But despite that, what you see in between reading in between the lines, especially in terms of certain catchphrases which actually betrays the deep lying, shall we say, ideology of this particular document, we see certain patterns that seem to be present there. The first one is, of course, something that most of the people here have already mentioned, is the question of privatization. Now, one thing which we probably need to actually ask seriously, especially in this pandemic situation, is that service sectors like health, like education, etc., how far are we to actually accept the question of privatization in these fields? We've already seen the case of Spain and Italy, where the private medical system has completely collapsed and the state actually nationalized them. And in the case of Kerala, the primary reason why we have had some reasonable success in combating the pandemic, is primarily because of the strong public health system that we have here in the state. In the same way, if we are actually seeing education not as a method for private investment, not as what one would call the betterment or the improvement of a particular person who pays for that, but as an investment for a community, as an investment for a land, as an investment for a country or a state or a region, then we probably need to look at the very ideological premise that spurs such notions of privatization. Because ultimately speaking, if education is to be the what you call the backbone of the creation of a culture, a creation of a political democratic culture, then that will definitely have to be state funded, that will have to be governed by the state in such a fashion as to ensure equity and parity among the different applicants for the same. The first being privatization. The second axis that one finds in the whole document is a certain kind of culture of homogenization. It is almost as if the document envisages an idea of one nation, one curriculum, or one nation, one system, just like one nation, one penal code, or one nation, one civil code kind of thing. This singular concept of a singular curriculum, at a time when the world over, curricula are actually getting diversified, curricula are actually getting plural, systems are getting plural, there are more and more options given, there are more and more possibilities opened up, and within the same classroom itself, it is as if the different number of students are actually learning different things according to their particular experience, according to their particular aspiration, etc. Here we have a system where, despite the big disparity, the big plurality of the Indian society, we are being compressed into one narrow system. And what is that system? What is the what you call the idea behind such a national system, such a homogenized system? If you look at it, just the sentence that Professor Ravindran had actually quoted, the rich heritage of ancient and eternal Indian knowledge and thought has been a guiding light for this policy. It continues and says, these rich legacies to world heritage must not only be nurtured and preserved for posterity, but also researched, enhanced, and put to new uses through our education system. This is a homogenization which proceeds upon a certain selective view of the past, a certain kind of celebration of the past, and which past is quite marginal, quite selective in the sense that it actually belongs to a very elite few, and which elite few is described by the emphasis that the whole policy puts upon the learning of Sanskrit. In fact, what you actually see when you find that Sanskrit is to be mainstreamed, Sanskrit is to be made what you call throughout the entire curricula from the primary school to the higher education sector, when it says that Sanskrit is to be prioritized, what it actually means is that a number of knowledge systems, or when Sanskrit knowledge systems in inverted commas is to be prioritized, a number of other knowledge systems connected with a number of other communities, a number of other languages, a number of other faiths, a number of other persuasions are all being sidelined or marginalized as being effectively non-Indian. What I'm trying to indicate here is that the concept of India that seems to get reflected in this document is a highly majoritarian concept, and it is based upon a very narrow notion of a certain community, and in which community, as again Professor Ravindran indicated, when medieval is taken out, it is a certain entire culture being removed from the idea of India. So this knowledge, idea of Indian knowledge, or the idea of the Indian nation, which is predicated upon a certain concept of the past, and which celebrates that past, approaches that past completely non-critically, will be totally, in one sense, the antithesis of what we actually understand as modern education. Because if modern education bases itself upon rational skills, upon critical ability, upon critically approaching whatever is known at this particular point in time, what this new education policy actually advocates is a total rejection of the critical skills and an anointing, a crowning, a throning, shall we say, of the celebratory mode, especially to do with the past and especially to do with one particular kind of past. Now, if you look at this language policy in connection with this, a couple of people have probably, I think, broached this. If you read between the lines, it says it is a 3-language policy. And definitely, yes, the emphasis on regional languages, on local languages, and the possibility of actually having higher education in regional languages is quite a welcome move, no doubt about that. But when you look at it closely, on the one hand, you have the regional languages brought in, but on the other hand, you also have the prioritization of Sanskrit throughout the entire length of education, which means, along with Hindi also enjoying a position of priority, what this effectively means would probably be a sidelining of English. A sidelining of English, coming as I do from the languages, what we understand is that there are two major regions of India, especially the Northeast and the South of India, which actually thrives upon English education, which thrives upon the transaction of knowledge in English, and which actually places them a cut above the rest of the country. And effectively, this is a democratization of mediocrity on the basis of the exclusion of English, some recent incidents being a clear pointer towards what could be in store for us, especially when it comes to the conflict between Hindi and English, where those who do not know Hindi may be asked to leave higher education altogether. So the prioritization of Sanskrit is, on the one hand, a certain celebratory understanding of the past, but on the other hand, it has got a very clear design upon the present too, in actually removing English, which English is no longer today to be considered as a colonial language, but an Indian language, especially where in the case of Dalit studies, in the case of Dalit problematic, etc., English has been seen as a neutral language, as what one would call an ideology-free language, in which it is possible for the subaltern to express themselves without the baggage or without the hangover of the accretions of the caste system or the inscriptions of the hierarchical system of caste inside that. So the sidelining of English is probably something that is there as a footnote within the policy itself. Now, along with this, one thing that becomes extremely important is in thus creating what one would call a national system, a singular homogeneous system, the local knowledge systems or knowledge systems which actually arise from local experience and local kind of issues or local, shall we say, problems, etc., will effectively get removed altogether. When Prabhat Patnaik actually mentioned that the coming in of Western universities would probably institute a curriculum which does not have anything to do with the actual reality of India, the institution of such a national curriculum could also result in the institution of a system where the local realities are completely removed. Take Kerala, for example. Kerala is actually facing an acute issue as far as the environmental case is concerned, in terms of flooding, in terms of the topography of the country, in terms of disaster management, etc. How it is possible for us to actually create knowledge systems out of this very experience, out of the experience that we've actually gone through over the last 3-4 years, is a question that would be of utmost importance for the Kerala community. But in this particular system where everything is homogenized, such kinds of diversification, such kinds of creation of knowledge from the ground, so to speak, from below, so to speak, will become rather difficult and rather impossible. The third aspect of this particular system of homogenization is, of course, or rather, the second aspect when we move from homogenization is, if you look at it very closely, the policy seems to, very contradictorily enough, institutionalize exclusion. Yes, let me repeat that. It seems to institutionalize the paradigm of exclusion itself. Apart from the fact that there is absolutely no mention about reservation, no mention about the bringing in of those young people who are outside the loop, who are outside the system of higher education, or the question of actual affirmative action, there is actually no real vision, no larger vision of how it is possible to enlarge the scope of primary, secondary, as well as higher education in the country. The fact that huge chunks of the population are completely outside the ambit of education altogether, and certainly of higher education. In Kerala's case, it may be slightly different, but still, even in Kerala, there are large chunks of the population, large chunks of communities who are entirely excluded from the educational system altogether. How to bring them in, how to actually induct them into education is a question that doesn't seem to be there. But on the contrary, if we look at the opt-out policy that is part of the vocationalization, the claimed vocationalization that is present there, it seems to be a method of sanctifying, a method of sanctioning the system of dropout itself. One can easily imagine what kind of demographic is actually going to inform those people who opt out. They are going to be the less affluent. They're going to be the not the urban people. They're going to be the subaltern. They're going to be the Dalits. Effectively speaking, this opting out policy in which there are no outcomes for the first year or the second year or the third year, but where they can opt out and go for a job, in effect sanctifies, legitimizes, so to speak, the dropping out of students. Instead of encouraging them, or instead of providing them with a locale, with what I would call an environment that would foster the possibility of education, it provides them with an environment for leaving, for dropping out altogether. And it is here, in connection with this question of what you say, exclusion, that this whole idea of what I would call the digital divide also needs to be looked at. Yes, the pandemic has actually created or made more acute certain deeper conflicts that are present within our system, and certain dilemmas which are present in a much more, shall we say, palpable fashion. And in fact, certain things which probably would have happened a few years later, willy-nilly, we are being forced to actually adopt those, especially in the context of the pandemic. And the whole question of online classes, as one who's actually teaching online classes, as has already been indicated, the question of accessibility becomes extremely crucial. As a state, Kerala would probably have to seriously think about despite the widespread of the internet, despite the widespread of mobile technology all over the state, the fact still remains that the penetration of the internet into all parts of Kerala is still not there to enable such a ubiquitous presence of online education altogether. So probably in terms of policy making, the universities, the educational institutions, the government will have to think about that in a certain manner of speaking. What I'm trying to say here is that whether we like it or not, we have actually reached a point where we need to look at a concrete possibility of inducting online education into our system in a hybrid model. I'm not trying to suggest that online is the only possibility, and I fully ascribe to the idea that campus education, that real actual classroom education and the atmosphere or the environment of a campus is absolutely necessary in order to proceed with the full learning process that is necessary for a student. But we are looking at paradigms of hybridity here, where online as well as offline, or online as well as real classrooms, have to be mixed together in such a way that there is a judicious kind of balance struck. And in that, it may be necessary for the government and for the institutions of Kerala to actually look seriously at the question of how it is possible to make available accessibility to our students. Now, as a humanities and a language teacher, one thing that I really was struck with in the document is something that I kind of mentioned in passing, and the absence of any real mention except as a platitude of critical skills, of rational skills. I'm not speaking merely of scientific spirit. I'm actually speaking of the critical knowledge skills that are necessary for the furthering of knowledge. The skills whereby in humanities and languages and in sciences, it would be absolutely necessary to question existing systems of knowledge, existing states of knowledge, in order to proceed further into new avenues, into new arenas. There is absolutely nothing about that said here. In fact, institutionalizing this lack of emphasis or institutionalizing this anti-critical skill system is what you find in the entrance exam that seems to be prescribed for all levels of higher education. We have already seen the kind of effect that it has created upon the NET and the Junior Research Fellowship examination. If earlier we had descriptive modalities, right now what we have is the multiple choice questions or the objective type questions, which completely does away with all descriptive ability, all evaluative ability, all critical ability, and merely turns students into what I would call data banks. If this data bank system is introduced, not just for the NEP, but for the entire admission system all over the country, what in effect we'll be assisting in doing is, ringing the death knell of critical ability. In effect, ringing the death knell of the very foundation upon which the edifices of humanities, social sciences, and sciences are constructed. And when there are no critical skills possible, and when what is expected of a student is to acquire these banked type of data, these banked type of information, which are marketable in the so-called knowledge economy, in the so-called marketable economy, in the so-called technological sphere, what in effect we will be creating is not a knowledge society in the fullest sense of the term, but a knowledge society which is completely servile to the larger global capitalist economy. Now, the same problem we see again with the concept of the board of governors in the research foundation, where the higher education is broken up into or divided into 4 verticals, and you have the research foundation, which is decided or governed by a board of governors. This again is going to create a situation where critical enterprises or critical projects which could actually look at history, actually look at humanities, look at the social sciences, in critical manners and bring up new methodologies of analysis, and with it, new methodology, new systems of understanding will positively be discouraged. And what we will probably have are the kind of projects or research projects which tally in with this notion of India as the old Sanskrit knowledge, as eternal, as the greatest, etc., the celebratory mode that is present within this. In other words, what we are going to find is a research funding system which is going to be highly partisan, highly ideological, highly political, and which will be in keeping with the reigning ideology of the central government as it actually happens right now. Now, in conclusion, let me say one thing. I basically after going through the whole document, I have serious reservations about the ideological as well as the economic implications of the document. But at the same time, one solace, one consolation that I have doesn't come from the document itself, but comes from the other policies that one actually has seen on the ground from the present government, whether it is the GST or any of the other policies. The government is extremely good at non-implementation of policies, or they usually make such a mess of these policies that we probably, in a very ironic fashion, have some space for consolation, some space for solace, that after all, education may not be laid dead, that it may escape, if not unscathed, at least with little damage. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. We now move on to Dr. K.K. Damodaran, Member, Executive Body, KSHEC. Hello? Yes, we can hear you. Dr. K.K. Damodaran? Yeah, we can see you, sir. We can't hear you, though. We can't hear you. We can see you. Kanam. Clear alla. Volume.
It is full now. Hello?
Yes, sir.
Hello?
Yeah.
Can you hear?
Volume is a little less.
Less. I shall try to speak aloud. Okay.
Not
Hello?
really clear. Not clear.
Anyway, go ahead, please.
Hello?
We can hear you, but the voice is very low.
Due to the lack of
Louder, please.
Yes, sir. So first of all, I would like to congratulate Kerala State Higher Education Council. Hello? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, yes, please go ahead. Yeah.
Okay. See, first of all, I would like to congratulate Kerala State Higher Education Council for.
So without the headset, would it be better?
Can you hear now?
Yeah, it's better.
It's better.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm very happy to hear in a education conclave, especially in a situation of immense pressure to the academic world and also of the people of the country due to the introduction of this new education policy 2020. As a policy, as we know, it should be a broader statement of the things that the government is expected to do and also the result the government is expected to get. That is the policy. A policy should allow the people who are likely to implement some freedom as to how the policy should be implemented. See, I don't think bringing about a policy, nothing is wrong in that. And like that, some of the recommendations in the policy are also not of something objectionable. For example, making the entire, bringing about big, fascinating campuses with a multidisciplinary graduate and undergraduate programs, and setting up of bigger universities, making the GER 50%, then ensuring equity, access, and also excellence. All these are common objectives that are quite appreciable. Nothing wrong in that. But the problem is that what are the programs? See, in order to bring bigger, fascinating colleges, what they like to do is they will close down the rural small colleges. See, I am sitting in a college with 1,200 students in Malappuram. As per any of the parameters put forward by the policy, this college cannot survive beyond 2025. This is the case of most of the colleges in Kerala. And not only in Kerala, throughout India, there are many colleges. A good percentage of the colleges are running with less than 100 students. And most of the colleges are located, especially government colleges, are located in the rural areas. These colleges will be closed down, or these colleges will be compelled to become autonomous or be merged with the university as their constituent colleges. In effect, these colleges will vanish. So their policy of bringing very large, fascinating colleges or campuses is actually against people. Similarly, they say that they will increase the GER to 50%. Actually, to increase the GER, what should they do is open up new colleges, open up new campuses, and bringing people into the fold of higher education. But as per the policy, they are moving just to the opposite direction. Similarly, they say that the teachers and also the administrators will be selected purely on the basis of quality. Okay, it is good. Is quality the only parameter? See, I think quality is should never be the only parameter for selecting not only teachers or selecting anybody or for anything, especially in a democracy. See, if quality is the only parameter, would Narendra Modi become the Prime Minister of India? Would quality the parameter? Would Amit Shah become the Home Minister of India? Would Ramesh Pokhriyal ji, the Education Minister of India? Quality is nothing, it is not a divine thing. It is actually a man-made concept. It is set, decided and defined by people of interest. The people who have some interest will decide what is quality. Actually, what is quality, I don't know. See, if it is qualification, we can see who are more qualified. Actually, the concept of quality is just to just to deny people some opportunities. Quality is nothing. Actually, see in order to point out the islands of quality, they are quoting the example of Ivy League universities. See, don't they get any other examples? If you go through the details of Ivy League University, we can see that these universities are it's a conclave of some 8 universities in America in the private sector. These universities are the most expensive universities in US. See, Princeton, Cornell, Yale University, Harvard, Dartmouth, Brown, Pennsylvania.
Sir, I think he has lost the connectivity. I think the connectivity is lost.
What shall we do?
I think he's lost the connection, sir.
Yeah, can we contact him over phone and then?
We are trying to.
Okay.
He's trying to log on again. Yes, we can see you, sir. So if you could switch off the video, audio matramaya, I think it'll be better. Video off ആക്കിയാലേ കണക്ടിവിറ്റിയുടെ പ്രശ്നം ഉണ്ടെങ്കിൽ with just the audio it'll be better.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. We can hear you.
Yes. See, if quality is the single parameter to measure the suitability of people to some high public office, would Narendra Modi become the Prime Minister of India? That is my question. And similarly, would Amit Shah be the Home Minister of India if quality is the only parameter? Actually, I know that they are qualitative people because the quality standards are set by people who are interested in them. So the policy, all the entire exercise that is described in the policy are done in the name of quality, not in the name of equity or anything like that. Actually, there is a contradictory thing in the very basic principles of the quality. Sorry, in the basic principle of the policy, that is about the access and affordability. Actually, access and affordability cannot travel together. Access and affordability are opposite in interest. If we let people access, you think of giving them access only. If you think about the affordability of people, you are rationing the access. Access and affordability are running opposite directions. See, actually, it's a very making people fun. And this policy, after implementing the policy, I perceive a situation that there will be some big colleges, big universities like Ivy League University, and there may be some autonomous colleges. And in the autonomous colleges, people will come and go after 1 year, after 2 years, after 2.5 years, like that. So as most of the speakers in the morning session described, that India will become a country of labor, surplus labor, and people with added advantage of exploitism can exploit them at cheaper cost. This is the aim of this policy, and this policy should be brought to Parliament, and the Parliament should discuss it, and on the basis of a moral voting, this policy should be rejected. That's all.
Thank you. And now we move on to Dr. C. Padmanabhan, General Secretary, AKPCTA. We can see you, but could you start talking, please?
Well, I hope I'm audible.
Yeah, you are.
Thank you. Most of the speakers, the panel, they were talking about the rhetorical perfection of the policy document. It has all the right words in the right place. That was referred to many times during the various sessions. But one conspicuous aspect of this policy, one conspicuous lack, is that it doesn't have the format of a policy statement. it doesn't read like a proper policy statement. On the other hand, it looks more like a vision statement. There are areas where it's simply lacking in essential details. There are those grand statements, but there are no detailed roadmaps which are actually expect from a policy statement like this. This is the national policy, and we have to believe the history of national policies. This is going to be there for the next quarter century. But it doesn't provide a detailed roadmap for many of those vision statements which it makes. It makes those grand statements, but doesn't substantiate those grand statements with adequate roadmaps. There is a lot of rhetoric. There is a lot of and most of it is esoteric rhetoric, and it's completely irrelevant to the present context. Now, the problem is what happens when a policy statement like this goes rhetorical and vague, when it doesn't present a roadmap. What happens? What happens usually is the precise opposite of the big promises that it makes. It will end up promoting privatization. It will end up promoting commercialization. It would also deepen the already existing divides in the society. It would impose straitjackets on the educational system, like uniform syllabi, uniform curriculum, regulatory bodies, of course. It would also suppress variety and plurality, as many of the speakers here were saying, because the kind of vagueness that it has, the kind of the dream that it tries to sell, is not based on practical, realizable, parameters. Therefore, it would bring in a lot of irrationality into the educational discourses. It will bring in obscurantism. This is exactly what the NEP 2020 does. If we make a comparison between this policy documents that we have had, this is a main aspect of this policy. This is a main problem with this policy statement. As a country, we are used to this, the combination of neoliberal logic and revivalist theory, which most of the speakers have alluded to. We have a history of being simultaneously, subjected to severe economic exploitation and also a kind of revivalist rhetoric. Talks about a glorious past, which is completely against historical reviews, which is completely against historical reality. We have had Indologists and Orientalists, projecting a particular kind of past for India. They represent India's past, while being conveniently silent about the kind of economic exploitation that was going on in the name of colonialism. The same cocktail, the same mix happens to be present in this policy document also. What we can jingoism is at its extreme. There's a lot of revivalist rhetoric in this policy. It talks about, India slowly marching towards the top of the world. It talks about the nation becoming one of the three economic superpowers. Now, those dreams have actually nothing to do with a realistic policy statement. So it begins with a lot of jingoistic statements, and it concludes that section by saying that we have to uphold Indian culture because Indian culture is going to have a lot of demand in the market, because India is going to. That kind of a dream doesn't suit any realistic policy. There's a lot of talk about Nalanda and Takshashila. Those descriptions are not historically based. They are just trying to mythify history. There's also claims like there was multidisciplinarity in Nalanda or Takshashila. It's not, it cannot be verified by using the tools of history. There is also the talk about liberal arts being arts. So such revivalist statements, of course, mar the clarity of the policy statement. We even find the tourist department slogan, "Incredible India," brought into this policy statement, which is of course unbelievable. Because the idea of Incredible India is actually a Eurocentric coinage, which talks about the necessity of the presence of the Europeans with the rational minds and governance structures to roll over this Incredible India. So that kind of a pronouncement, where even tourist slogans are brought into a national education policy, is something that we cannot expect. If you look at the kind of statements and the assessments made by the previous educational policies. Now, the question is the policy actually national? It talks about sustainable development goals of the United Nations. It doesn't talk about a lot of international signed by the country, which have pressurized the nation into coming out with this policy. So the problem is the name national is a misnomer. It's actually complying with a lot of international accords and policy statements. And the Indian state doesn't seem to have much of a choice in this. They are compelled to withdraw from the field of education. There is a lot of talk about vocationalization. I won't repeat what my the former panelists have already said. There's a lot of talk about vocationalization. The problem with projects of vocationalization is that it's not vocationalization at all. When we read this document, it appears to be attempting to define vocation from a very view, which in India is of course dangerous, because in India, such vocations were always related to caste hierarchies. So see, what the modern workforce needs is a combination of skills and knowledge, and that kind of a vocational vision is not contained in this policy. Some of the words used by the policy have to be taken good note of. One word is the word fragmentation. The policy looks at the 900 universities in the country and the more than 50,000 colleges. And the word that comes to the fore is the word fragmentation. It talks about fragmentation. It doesn't. It's not proud about the diversity. It's actually denying the very foundational principles of India. They talk about unity in diversity. It's trying to picture a different kind of nation, and it's asking all the citizens to comply with that concept of a nation. It's demanding different national which is completely different from the way in which the nation was imagined during the freedom struggle and immediately after the freedom struggle. So it is asking the citizens of India to imagine the nation in a completely different sort of way, not by looking into the future, not by not through a process of nation building, but by a process of revivalist projection. But the nation has already been created in the past, the distant past, and we all have to comply with the powerful our diversities, our pluralities, and we have to comply with. We have to be, subservient to this concept of the powerful nation, which is brought forward from the past. It also talks about about dismantling the affiliating system. One problem, we are not enthusiastic about the affiliating system, but one problem is that the affiliating system is the system that is currently exercising social control over the institutions. In the matter of student admissions, in the matter of deciding the fee, the matter of deciding teacher recruitment, all these things, social control is exercised by the universities, by the affiliating universities. And this document doesn't talk about how social control is going to be affected in these private institutions once the affiliating system is disbanded. It also talks about private higher education institutions. It talks about bringing them to the fore. It says that private and public institutions will be treated on par with each other. In India, private institutions do not just mean private capital. It also means some of those, widespread organizations, communal organizations, which are engaged in managing private education networks. So this policy, which is friendly towards private education institutions, is not actually going after private capital. It's going after certain organizations which have a a large presence in the area of education, school education. It talks about India aspiring to be a Vishwaguru, which it was in the past. And in the same paragraph, ironically, it talks about bringing in foreign universities. So the Vishwaguru, the rhetorical part, the revivalist concept, and the concept of the foreign universities, which is basically neoliberal, is amalgamated in the document. It visualizes, people have talked about liberalism is denied, how the autonomy of the universities is trampled upon. Talks about the CBSE system, a uniform system for the whole nation. Talks about uniform curriculum framework. So uniformity happens to be the main argument behind the document's vision, because it tends to see fragmentation whenever it looks at India. So it tries to impose uniformity. There are a lot of bodies which are conceived by the field of higher education. But faculty, the document says the teachers must be grounded in Indian values and Indian traditions. That kind of, it's not a forward-looking futuristic document. It talks about Indian values, Indian traditions, and that's the kind of compliance which it demands. It doesn't, it doesn't believe in nation building, a whole generation moving forward, building the nation through their day-to-day lives. That's not the concept which is being promoted by this national education. It talks about teachers who should be grounded in Indian values, not about teachers who are organic intellectuals or who create knowledge. That's not the rhetoric which it follows. And regarding language, it talks about actually mainstreaming Sanskrit, which is completely, against the flow of history. You cannot mainstream a language. Language involves social consent. When you talk about mainstreaming language, when you talk about including Sanskrit as one of the three languages in the three language policy, you're actually dismantling the three language, because when Sanskrit is imposed into this three languages system, the three language system will not hold, won't hold any longer. A lot of people have talked about research and how research is going to be decided from a national platform with the coming of the National Research Foundation. I won't go into that. About these bodies, the new bodies that have been created. See, it was talking about light regulations, but the problem is we now have a plethora of regulatory bodies. We have Higher Education Commission of India. We have the National Higher Education Regulatory Council, which will bring in more regulations into the field. It has the National Accreditation Council, the Higher Education Grants Council, and to top it all, we have this General Education Council, which is going to impose uniformity in the matter of syllabus and curricula. Ironically, the document also talks about curbing commercialization of education, but it doesn't define commercialization the way we define commercialization. It sees commercialization evil, while we see it as a government decision to move away from funding education institutions and promoting private parties, corporate companies in the field of education. Now, this document defines commercialization purely from an institutional point of view, and that's why it's able to talk about preventing or curbing commercialization of education. As many of the panelists have noted, there are words which are conspicuous by their absence in this document. One is the word reservation. It doesn't talk about reservation. It talks about socially and disadvantaged groups, but it doesn't talk about any solution to the social and economic disadvantage faced by a larger marginalized people of the nation. It doesn't talk about secularism, which can be expected from the way in which the present dispensation is looking at the word. It doesn't talk about federalism. There is no talk about nation building. There is no talk about democratizing institutions. There is no talk about spirit of inquiry. A lot of we usually expect in a policy document on education are conspicuous by their absence. So that's that's my take on the new education policy 2020. Thank you very much.
Okay. Priya?
Sir, we have to conclude.
Yes.
Are you making any comment?
No, you please go ahead.
Okay, actually, I am for thanking all the resource persons and other participants in this conclave. Actually, the conclave consisted of 4 sessions, including the inaugural session and other 3 sessions on policy implications, on research, and on socio-cultural implications. We have nearly 12 resource persons participating in various sessions, and they have made excellent presentations of their views. The council has actually constituted a 6-member committee headed by Professor Prafat Patnaik to study the implications of NEP on higher education in the context of Kerala. Even when the first draft of NEP was published, KSHEC held a national seminar last year and helped the council to mobilize strong public opinion on various ideas and proposals contained in the draft NEP. We also prepared an alternative document emphasizing the state-level higher educational aspirations and requirements rooted in the principles of equity, access, and quality higher education. Now the NEP document is approved by the Central Cabinet, which shows that almost all the proposals in the draft are accepted by the central government in spite of strong opposition to certain ideas put forward by the state governments and particularly by the academic community. And the views expressed in this conclave will form the basis of further deliberations and debates in the matter. We hope to publish a document which will highlight the perils of the NEP and also the policy level precautions that has to be adopted by the state government to safeguard the larger interest of the society and the academic community, and for protecting and strengthening public funded higher education institutions from the onslaughts of market forces and other vested interests. I thank at this point all the resource persons for actively participating in the day-long deliberations. Some of them, they logged in right from 11 o'clock up to this point of time. I thank all of them, especially the Honorable Higher Education Minister, Dr. K.T. Jalil, who inaugurated the conclave, Professor Prabhat Patnaik, who is also the chairman of the 6-member committee, Dr. Shakila Shamsu, Professor N.V. Varghese, Vice Chancellor NIPA, Professor Gobinath Ravindran, Vice Chancellor Kannur University, Professor M.K. Jayaraj, Vice Chancellor University of Calicut, and Dr. Kungum Roy, Dr. Biju P. Alex, Dr. M.V. Narayanan, Dr. K.K. Damodaran, Dr. C. Patmanabhan, and other members, executive committee members of KSHEC, and all the teachers of different universities and colleges, and also the entire academic community from different universities in the state and also the colleges. And I also thank the technical team and the resource and the research officers of the council for smoothly conducting this conclave in connection with the new education policy. I once again thank all the resource persons. In fact, the brain behind this program is our Vice Chairman, Professor Gurukal Sir. I thank all the resource persons once again, and I conclude. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, shall we wind up?
Sir. Yes.
Yeah, let us wind up.
Okay, okay, sir.
Okay. The thing is that we were not able to give time for the questions. And I was partly responsible for that anyway.
Okay, we started 1 hour late. That's the problem.
Yes.
We were, okay.
Okay. Thank you very much.